Yeah, sure. I think I'm ready to start a show. God, I hope so, because I already hit go live. Hi, guys. Welcome to the show. Welcome to Monkey of the Morning. I'm your host, the Ranting Monkey. Hopefully, Jack will be along shortly, but I no promises. He might have fallen asleep. Um, we got a lot to talk about. We have the Okay, we don't have a lot to talk about. We have a lot to make fun of. I do want to apologize to our international viewers. Many countries are not allowed to watch last night's stream because CNN, their Indian affiliate, I'm not making that up, News 18, CNN News 18 has decided that they own all of the coverage. We didn't watch it on CNN. We watched the Democrats. It was their feed from YouTube that we watched. But CNN has blocked it worldwide, except for in, I think, most of Europe and the United States. If you're in Uzbekistan, you can't see it. If you're in India, you can't see it. Apparently, they own everything, whether they own it or not. And just another way for the media to control shit they don't actually control. I filed an appeal, but even if it gets granted, I feel like they're going to drag their feet on this one. That's okay though. I don't care. We got hit for the songs too, which that one I don't mind. It just the artist gets the half a cent that I would have made. More power to him for having the love anthem to Ashley and Joe's affair. That's wrong. That's so gross. Anyway, we're not going to do like we did last night. We're not going to concentrate so much on one person. Just going over the Biden stuff, I had to. But in doing so, we missed things like AOC. I didn't even know the bitch spoke yesterday. And I've seen a little bit of a clip of her, so we have to go back and watch that. And then we'll jump into today's stuff, which we're going to jump around a lot more than we did yesterday. So the important people can watch it. Yeah, I really don't mind being, it's more of a matter of principle. They don't own what they claimed, and that bothers me. It would be one thing if I was using CNN's feed, but I wasn't even using their fucking feed. It's from the DNC. It's the Democrats' own YouTube channel we were watching, and CNN's like, we own everything. And CNN is notorious for this shit. It's why we do the live show, the live reactions, the way we do them. Because if you do it actually live, there's a good chance CNN will shut your shit down, even if it's of a matter of national public interest. No, we own it. Fuck you. Who cares if it's a debate between the two presidential candidates to see who's going to rule the world? No. They own it all, and you fuck you. How dare you? And they're the only ones who really do it. We've done live reactions of other places like Fox or even like CBS. No issue. And CBS are a bunch of dicks about copyright. Trust me, I've had my run-ins with them too. CNN is the only one that if you're doing it live, is like, we got you, bitch. We own everything. And again, I don't think it's because they're necessarily trying to help Joe out here. I think that they're just that fucking greedy that they think they own everything. All right. Oh yeah, let's jump into AOC. Ew. Now I feel like I need a VD shot. Let's jump into AOC's commentary from yesterday. That's what I wanted to say. Oh, I probably should have made sure which one was which, because I have two tabs open, both with the, yeah, I think it's this one. Why won't it? Hello? It won't let me actually click the share button. It doesn't even show it. Ah, there it is. There we go. Holy shit. So you got hit by an Indian scammer? No, it's not an Indian scammer. Well, I mean, technically it is, but it's CNN. It's a CNN affiliated network. All right. AOC, or as they announced her, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. It's actually, I want to go back because it's funny how they introduce her. I don't remember who was. Oh, some pedo-looking motherfucker was talking about before her. I think he's a union guy. All right, look, I called him a pedo-looking guy. I should at least give him a chance. Tell me it doesn't look like this guy's eventually getting arrested for all the child porn they find on his computer. Come on, be honest, right? I apologize if you look like that. But anyway, how far back did I jump? Come on. Come on. Trump is a scab. Fucking union people piss me off. Oh, come on. There we go. All right. We have to hear how they say her name because it's funny as shit to me.
Please welcome New York Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Did you notice that the further along it got, the more Spanish it went? Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. It's almost foreshadowing. It's foreshadowing her actual speech. Yeah, it's Alexandria. It's almost the Queen's English the way she says Alexandria Ocasio. A little bit of the Spanish speaking in there, and then Cortez. She hits that one real hard, like she was eating a taco by that time. You know what I mean? But anyway, it's oh my God, this is so loud in my ear. Oh, already hit because there's music. I get why they do that because it's such a production these days. But does anybody actually care about the music that plays as these idiots walk to and from the podium? Am I the only one that's just like, all you're doing is fucking up a good song? And I don't even mean by it, being associated with Cortez here. I don't know what song that one was. But because if it is a song I like, it's going to get cut off midpoint because this idiot's going to start talking. They should just have some crappy violin playing as they walk up there.
Thank you, Chicago! Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision.
Thank you for your energy. I mean, I suppose that's something to thank him for. Thank you, Kamala and Tim Walz, for your vision, which they've been cagey about. They're not out there giving a whole lot of detail. You know what I mean? So I guess vague nonsense. Although it's coming out today that we talked about the unrealized capital gains last night, that she's talking about putting a 25% tax on unrealized capital gains. That means money you haven't even actually earned. It's in the stock market or it's in real estate. They can tax you. Your house goes up in value. They can tax you on the value that it went up. Not property tax. Hit you with an income tax through the federal government for it. And then if your investment declines, don't worry, they might give you some of your money back. By that time, you've already had to sell stuff to pay the tax bill, but no big deal. You might get a refund on it one day. Yeah, thank you for that vision. I can't wait for the stock market crash of next year. I didn't watch the RNC. Did this happen during that? Every time somebody spoke, did they start chanting their name? Because if so, Republicans, you need help too. But these people need fucking help.
Thank you. Thank you.
They're just chanting AOC.
Thank you, Chicago.
The funniest thing happened today. Okay, I'm doing my normal shit on Twitter, barely even fucking with it really today. But I saw, real quick before we get into that story. Jack, my friend, how the hell are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm good. I even gave you a heads up that I was getting ready.
I know, but I had to poop. And then
I thought it was because I unfollowed you.
No, it's because I had to take a big poop. And then when I was done pooping, I forgot. And,
I've been there.
I was milling around and I was like, I was supposed to be doing something. What was it? And I was trying to remember. And then as soon as I put some food in the microwave, I'm like, oh shit, I'm supposed to be on the show. Hi, everybody.
Here we learn the truth. It's not that I always send him the link when he's making food. Him making food makes him look for the link.
It's become kind of a Schrodinger's Pavlov response.
It's Schrodinger's microwave.
Yeah.
I accidentally unfollowed Jack today because I went to like something he said, and the little block popped up to unsubscribe right as I hit the button. And then I had to follow you back, of course. And I was like, oh shit, he's gonna see that I followed him back and think that I stopped following him. So I had to send you a message going, dude, it wasn't me, it's Elon.
Blame the billionaire.
Anyway, speaking of Twitter, I was just telling these guys the story. And it's related to what we were just talking about. Because for no reason, we're watching AOC from last night, by the way. These idiots just start chanting AOC after she's already started speaking. Well, and the two things that she said was, thank you for your enthusiasm and thank Kamala and Tim for their vision. And they start chanting AOC. And one of the funniest things that I've had happen to me on Twitter recently happened today when one of the Krasensteins put out a tweet where they're trying to convince everybody that Democrats are just as excited as the Republicans were back in the RNC. Yeah. And I just said, it's sad how bad you guys are jealous of how much fun they had. And a whole bunch of people who totally aren't jealous got very angry about me saying that. The manufactured joy and this kind of stuff with chanting AOC, it is so fake that it even looks fake. You know what I mean? It's not even well hidden.
Right.
Just some idiot starts chanting AOC, and so everybody around him does.
That's because they're a bunch of drones. Okay, see, I lived in Columbus for a while, as you all know, a little over 10 years. And down there, they have this. Here, grab this first.
Oh, thank you so much, Eric. Did you watch the Theo Von Trump interview? Talking about hookers and go-karts and cocaine make you feel like an owl is not the direction I thought it would go. I haven't seen it. I did see somebody on Twitter say, why is Trump talking to Theo Von about cocaine? I don't watch Theo Von. I really don't like the guy. I don't hate him as a person or anything like that. There's just, he's got that thing about him that just makes me not like him. You have that with people, right, Jack?
Oh, I think everybody's got that. We're just like,
there's just something I can't put my finger on. Like, that guy annoys me.
Some esoteric aura they have or something.
All right, so you lived in Columbus.
Yes, I lived in Columbus, and down there, I don't know if non-Ohioans are aware of this, we have the Ohio State University. Yes, because they tried to trademark the word "the." So down there's a tradition that whenever people get bored or distracted or they need something to say, instead of thinking, they just start chanting OHIO. And this reminds me of that because it's just a bunch of people droning on when they're bored. If you're at a movie theater in Columbus and the movie doesn't start right away, there's going to be some asshole in the crowd that starts chanting OHIO. And I think of that every time I see shit like this, where they're just chanting something to do something because they feel they need to do something.
Talking about Theo Von, Faithless says he's just a bit too hippie for me. Maybe that's it. He does kind of have that hippie vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, I've seen the OHIO thing.
That's so fucking irritating.
People from Ohio are really proud of the fact they can spell a 4-letter word.
Yeah, well, I mean, for some people, that's a big accomplishment.
Yeah. Some of those people are from Ohio. Anyway, so we tuned into this, Jack, because have you seen this?
No, I haven't.
It's AOC, and we missed her yesterday, and I've seen the end, and it's worth it. So we have to watch till then.
For your energy, thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision.
Did I rewind on accident?
What vision?
Thank you, Joe Biden.
No, she actually repeated herself because they interrupted this opening with chanting her initials.
Yeah, this
Jesus
is
Christ.
so fucking artificial. Everything about this has been fake. It's all like scripted, and I still say they're using canned laughter and cheers. It sounds like TV nonsense.
I thought for sure I just forgot that I hit, that I went back, but no, because she goes on. They're not interrupting her with the AOC thing here.
Oh, that's her fart face right there.
That's her. I work in the bar. I'm not looking behind to see what he looks like face.
I just want that $5 tip.
And thank you, Joe Biden, for your leadership.
I like how proud she is of herself for saying it.
6 years ago, I was taking omelet orders as a waitress in New York City.
At the bar? They served omelets at the bar she worked at?
Well, she might have been a waitress too. I mean, she seems fairly untalented with no skill set. So
I didn't have health insurance. My family was.
To quote Mr. Pink, learn to fucking type.
You were in your late 20s and Obamacare was already a thing with the individual mandate. So you were breaking the law? Because they didn't get rid of the individual mandate by 18, did they?
I don't know. I don't think so.
All right.
Was fighting off foreclosure.
Wait.
And my family was fighting off foreclosure.
No, they weren't. Your family was fine. She's such a liar. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez did not come from the mean street of the Bronx. She's an upper middle class kid. Why lie? Why lie?
They can't help themselves. They think it's going to improve their chances.
I totally am poor, just like you.
And we were struggling with bills after my dad passed away unexpectedly from cancer. Like millions of Americans, we were just looking for an honest shake. And
your honest shake was to fake your way into Congress? Jack, I've often had that thought, bills are piling up and I'm not sure how we're going to make this month. And I should run for Congress.
Well, I mean, long shots can pay off, I guess.
Unfortunately, nobody's ever auditioning when I'm ready for it.
We're tired of a cynical politics that's seen blind to the realities of working people.
Seriously?
Yep.
Oh my God, these people are so out of touch.
Then, only through the miracles of democracy and community, that the good people of the Bronx and Queens chose someone like me to elect them in Congress.
Somebody like me to elect them in do you mean represent? This woman's an idiot.
Well, I mean, we've known that for some time now.
She's reading off a teleprompter and can't even get the words right. We have to point out she literally auditioned for the role of Congresswoman. That's not a joke. That's not an exaggeration. It's not hyperbole. The Justice Democrats, Cenk Uygur, and who's that gay guy that married Crystal Ball? Kyle Kalinske.
Oh, yeah.
They got their little Justice Democrats together, and the only places that it really worked was in New York and out there in Minnesota. And they were auditioned for their roles, and they were television candidates. She's not real. She's a whore from the Bronx. Her mom wasn't about to lose her house because dad died.
And America?
What is this, Little House on the fucking Prairie?
Well, I mean, if she thought that would help.
The bank was coming because the crops didn't come in this year.
Without Pa around to help.
In my heart, I know from that same cloth of hope and aspiration, we will also elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as presidents and vice presidents of the United States of America.
Because her dad died and mom was going to lose the house. We're going to get... This doesn't even make sense. She's just saying words. It's like somebody took inspirational speeches and just cut them into parts and threw them into a fucking blender and just whatever came out, they read.
Yeah, they had AI do this.
God damn.
These people fucking idiots.
I am here tonight because America has before us.
You are here tonight because you think this is going to be your Barack Obama speech and that you'll be president in a few years. For some reason, even though they hide you most of the time, they think you're still popular.
Yeah, well, look, as stupid as everything is getting, there's always a legitimate possibility she could be president.
Wait, is that true, Spud? Her dad died in 2008? Mom couldn't make bills for that 10 years. We were on the verge. Fuck off.
It was a rough decade.
Look, and I'm not... Losing a parent sucks, but it seems like she went to the Joe Biden school of use deaths in your family for political clout.
Look, there's nothing a Democrat loves more than stepping on a corpse, man.
God damn.
A rare and precious opportunity. In Kamala Harris, we have a chance to elect a president who is for the middle class, because she is from the middle class.
Her parents were both like big wigs in colleges and stuff. And AOC, you do realize you're stepping on Joe's thing here, right? Joe's from Scranton. Did you forget that? We have a rare opportunity. We can put in a president for the middle class, from the middle class. Kamala lived a much more privileged life than even Joe did. Literally taking... This is so disrespectful to Joe. Look, Joe's a liar, and so fuck him. He deserves it. But this was his night. The first night when nobody watches anyway, they made that Joe's night, and they had her come up here and give Joe's talking point to Kamala.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Thank you, Ultranaut. DNC loves dead fathers. Dead fathers and dead babies, man. They love it.
Yep.
She understands the urgency of rent checks and groceries and prescriptions.
I don't believe that for a second. She doesn't give a shit.
She hasn't had to worry about that her whole life. What are you talking about? She comes from privilege.
She is as committed to our reproductive and civil rights as she is to taking on corporate greed. And she is working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home.
Hey, AOC, as you say, she's working tirelessly for that. Where's Kamala? Hey, Jack.
Monkey.
Where's Kamala as AOC is saying this?
She's on the campaign trail.
She's sitting in a fucking press box at the DNC convention.
Yep. Campaigning.
Did you guys see a phone in her hand once as she sat there with her little fingers crossed looking evil as shit?
Nope.
She's working tirelessly. You know what? I remember when she was getting those bags of Doritos for that totally impromptu and unscripted moment at the gas station.
Both
how
of them.
she was desperately on her phone talking with Benjamin Netanyahu trying to work this shit out.
Yeah, both times that they did that, the takes on those.
Kamala has zero power to do fuck all until Joe's gone.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the reality of the world.
Well, she was in charge of the border for a while, and look how well that worked.
She's been working tirelessly to secure the border as well.
And now she's like, hey, Jews, just take it.
I love that they're trying to suck up to the Palestinians that are, trying to start shit outside. Which, by the way, I need to talk to the Chicago police, man. I know that during the 2020 riots, we kept saying, where are the police? Where are the police? We didn't expect you guys to actually do your jobs. You're really ruining my fun here.
Right. Although I am really disappointed that I haven't seen anyone get beat down with a nightstick. And there's a lack of fire hoses.
I saw some dude getting arrested today, and that line from Trading Places jumped in my head. Officer, may I suggest using your nightstick?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. All right, back to dummy. I'm the idiots cheering for no reason.
In Kamala Harris.
Do any of those people there that are cheering along actually look happy? I mean, we got this guy who just started smiling, but look at this dude is, this is your joyous crowd.
Yeah, the use of the word joy has popped up so unnaturally. It's not even a word you hear very often. It's like an old people word.
Yeah.
People will say happy or, things are going great, amazing. They don't use the word joy. That's something people like over 60 use.
It's a religious word a lot.
Yeah. You'll hear religious people use it, but even that, it's got certain age demographic that uses it, and it's not a young people word.
Guns and water. We're not really fans of rubber bullets around here. All they do is bounce off. I like pepper spray. Remember that one dude who was so covered in pepper spray it was literally dripping off of him?
Oh my god, that was
I fucking
that
love
looked fucking painful.
Pepper balls are my personal favorite.
Yeah.
And a good old nightstick beating. I am kind of a fan of the oldies.
Yeah, well, there's the classics, the vintage stuff you don't want to go wrong with. I'm surprised there were no dogs out there. They used to unleash the hounds after they hosed people off.
Well, they can't do that because these are all white kids. And remember, the dogs are trained to only attack black and brown.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yes,
yeah.
We did watch an educational video about
we
that.
Did indeed.
I see a leader who understands. I see a leader with a real commitment to a better future for working families.
Yeah, Trump.
Oh, she is. I don't know if you are noticing this, but the way she's inflecting there, that's stolen from Obama.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
She's doing her Obama impression. This really is. This is her thinking that back in 2004, for those of you who are unaware how Obama became a thing, he gives a speech at the Democratic National Convention, and it wowed everybody. He talked. And it made Joe Biden think that he was a clean Negro. And it really is what launched him into becoming the president just 4 years later. And that's what she's trying to do here. This is her going, I'm a good president too.
And Chicago, we have to help her win. Because we know that Donald Trump would sell this country for $1 if it meant lining his own pockets and greasing the palms of his Wall Street friends.
Oh, did she mistake Trump for Biden?
Yeah, Trump was the billionaire would sell out the country for $1. Right. There's no actual evidence of any of that. It's just we know it. We know.
Trust me, bro. The speech.
You know what I saw today?
Ninjas.
Joe Biden and Congress are working together to try to stop the scourge of stillborn birth.
For fuck's sake. They
And
don't
I was
care
just
about
like,
babies.
why? They're, by their own reasoning, that's not even a child yet. I'm not wrong on that, am I?
No. What, are they going to abort the baby before it's stillborn?
I don't know. But apparently, murdering babies is fine. Stillborn babies, we got to stop it. I don't understand how the logic works with these people.
They don't have any. They're just fucking crazy. That's true.
What was that? I'm sorry, bud.
Frosted said you can't win Chicago. It's mega country.
That's true. That is 100% true. I do love that they're doing this in Chicago. They're doing this in a Democrat stronghold. Why? Why wouldn't you have done this in Pennsylvania or even Minnesota, which hasn't voted Republican for a president, since Roosevelt or something? Not even Roosevelt. Roosevelt was not a Democrat or Republican, my bad. I mean, I guess Teddy technically was, right?
Yeah, I think so. First time.
But it's been forever since they voted for one. But there was talk that Trump could win it this year, so that would make more sense. Why are you doing this in such a stronghold? You know, with your most popular president ever. Because remember, they set this up when it was still Biden. So,
Hi,
Nuts.
For one, am tired of hearing about how a
Oh wait, this is the part you have to hear. This is the part you listen to this, Jack.
and greasing the palms of his Wall Street friend.
Here you go.
And I, for one, am tired of hearing about how a two-bit union buster thinks of himself as more of a patriot than the woman who fights every single day to lift working people out from under the boots of greed, trampling on our way of life.
On our way of life.
Is she going to start talking about Jesus?
She went into black preacher mode, dude.
That was painful, dude. Why'd you do that to me?
Because it's funny.
Fair enough.
And look, the guy who's only ever raped women is really happy about it.
That dude's creepy as fuck.
Can I get a hallelujah?
The truth is, Don, you cannot.
And if you actually listen to what she says there, she doesn't really say anything. It's literally just word salad. And they're like, yeah. She yelled like a black preacher.
Yeah, these people are drones. This is sad.
Love this country if you only fight for the wealthy and big business.
I mean, the guy that gave
To
us a bunch
love
of
this
tax breaks.
country,
Yes. But no, remember that only benefited the rich.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
who shut down all the small businesses? Oh, yeah, that was Biden.
It was indeed. It was indeed. All right. We're going to move along from yesterday. She still has stuff to say, but I don't care. You just had to see that part of it.
Fucking
All right. My plan for tonight, Jack, is to just jump around. Look, we'll get to Brokeback Obama later.
Yeah.
But we're not going to just concentrate on Nuts. Thank you so much for becoming a member for month number 14. That's so sweet,
Yay.
sweetie. That's why I call her sweetie, because she's sweet.
Yeah.
Hi,
Nuts.
I was jumping around to try to find a good starting point, and I honestly don't know. But then I saw this dickhead. I don't know if you know who he is.
Looks like my old roommate.
This is Gary Peters from Michigan. He's a senator from up here, and he's a commie douchebag.
I'm shocked.
Oh, by the way, the lizard tongue lady from last night, she's from Michigan.
Of course.
You didn't get to see her.
I saw
Did you see the clips?
on the internet. Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with her tongue?
I-
Who licks their lips that way?
There's a lot of weird shit going on, man. The reptilians are siding with the Dems this time. I don't know.
I don't even believe in the reptilian thing, but I wouldn't vote for her because that kind of makes it look real.
Yeah, well, I mean, eventually you're going to come around, dude. It explains a lot, believe me.
Looks like Frazier after years of estrogen injections, and he kind of does. And he's a big bitch, by the way. But anyway, I saw him and I thought, oh, what the fuck? Let's see what Gary has to say. See, that's the kind of music they should all come out to. I don't know who.
1920s dance music?
Yeah. Stop with all the rock and roll, because none of you were rock and roll. Stop it.
Yeah, you're all not rock and roll. Did you see the clip of Walls coming out for the rally today?
No.
Oh my god, it's painful. I'll put it in the side chat. Maybe we can watch it at the end.
I did see where Kamala accepted the nomination, which was kind of painful to watch too.
Oh, there's a lot of pain here. This whole thing is fucking cringe, dude.
The light jazz playing in the back.
Hey.
In Michigan, we believe we have to build an economy that grows the middle class.
What? They just love the word middle class, don't they?
Well, most people believe they're in the middle class, or they want to be in the middle class. Even rich people think they're middle class more often than not. I saw somebody did a study on that like 15 years ago, and that stuck with me. So I think that's why they do that, because you always hear politicians talk about the middle class.
What we're seeing right here is Grandpa not realizing he can't read the teleprompter through his bifocals.
It is a lot harder than you'd think with bifocals.
It is. I'm not even kidding here.
And we know that when unions succeed, all workers win.
Okay, dude.
when unions succeed, mob bosses win.
Yeah.
Hey, Gary, I don't know if anybody told you, I don't know how long you've lived in Michigan, but Michigan used to have a thriving economy, and what was it that ruined that? Oh, yeah, the unions.
It's a mystery.
Fuck.
I was raised in a union household.
That explains.
My father was a teacher, and my mother a nurse's aide.
He was raised by commies, Jack.
No.
I mean, I guess. It explains a lot. We need to get rid of teachers' unions. There shouldn't be public sector unions.
No, there shouldn't be any public sector unions.
There should not, no.
They're incredibly dangerous to have that kind of power and influence.
Well, I mean, the ability to, how do I want to say this, bribe people through raises and shit, is a little too easy.
Yeah, plus they could extort people the same way.
Well, I mean, extortion is the tool of the union.
Yeah, that is one of their favorites.
Oh, I'm sorry, we're supposed to call it striking, not extortion. My bad.
They gave me and my sisters what every parent wants to provide for their children: an opportunity to pursue their dreams. I went to public school.
So milquetoast.
Worked odd jobs, became an Eagle Scout. And Kamala Harris.
So you were touched by your dad and the Scoutmaster?
Who touched you better, Gary?
Harris and Tim Walz grew up just like me.
Kamala Harris was an Eagle Scout?
Apparently.
I feel like that would have been a headline.
Now, if you'd mentioned Michelle Obama, I would have found that way more believable.
Oh, absolutely believable with Michelle.
And I know they will fight for all of us. They will make it easier to raise our families and to retire with dignity. Just look at the record. As vice president, Kamala Harris helped pass legislation that finally allowed Medicare to negotiate and lower the cost of prescription drugs.
There was nothing legally keeping Medicare from negotiating prices.
This guy is a terrible speaker.
There was not a law that said, hey, Medicare has to pay whatever these guys ask for. He is a bad speaker, and we're not going to watch any more of him because he's boring as shit. Who else do we got on the docket here? Ooh, they brought up a black guy who looks very surprised.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't. I think he's he's a Teamster.
Teamster.
Thank you, Evolved Potato. Since nearly all unions were founded either directly or indirectly by literally the USSR, I understand why they would support Kamala. Yeah, well, there are a few supporting Trump because they want to bring jobs back to the U.S. because unions are dying. They are not doing well these days because no one wants to join them. Why would you?
All right. Let's see what Union Boy has to say.
50 days in office, the Biden-Harris administration passed the American Rescue Plan, including the Butch-Lewis Act, to save our pensions and secure our retirement.
What he's telling you there's about a massive federal payoff to private unions. Don't pay any attention to that. That the unions couldn't manage their own budgets and give what they promised to their people. Pay no attention. Joe Biden saved them, y'all. Yay. They're not going to save you.
Yeah, totally not a bailout, guys.
They got it done without one single Republican vote in Congress. They saved over 1 million pensions, including 33,000 from my state, Wisconsin. 50.
What changes were implemented to keep us from having to bail out your bullshit unions next time?
None. None at all.
2,000 from Pennsylvania.
I'm not listening to union nonsense. Ooh, who is this guy? I recognize him. We gotta go back so I can hear him introduced because I can't think of his name.
Let's have another hand for our brothers and sisters from Teamsters and all of our brothers and sisters from the unions across America who are rebuilding it.
I missed his name. They really like the unions.
I mean, after that, what do you talk about? Kamala Harris wants to throw a little bit of dirt. So here we go. After years of dead ends and broken promises, President Biden and Vice President Harris brought Republicans and Democrats together to actually get something done. Trump promised infrastructure week, but never built anything. But this time, the Biden-Harris administration is actually...
Who controlled Congress during those? The Republicans had it for 2 years and didn't do anything. That's fair. But the next 2 years, as Trump was trying to get this stuff done, stuff Democrats said they wanted, who was it that stopped them? Monk, you're wrong for that thumbnail. Thank you, Ebony. Do you know how hard it was to get Grok to make that thumbnail? Just putting in make the Brokeback Mountain picture, but with Michelle and Barack didn't work. I had to get very specific to make that fucking thumbnail. And I may be wrong, but it's funny. I don't care about this bald retard either. Man, they got a lot of just dead space. They even had to do a concert at their convention.
Yep, because that'll bring people in.
Wow. How'd you make that thumbnail? I went to Grok and told it to make me a picture of Michelle Obama with a beard, wearing a white cowboy hat and a plaid shirt, hugging Barack Obama wearing a white cowboy hat from behind, with Barack looking down and ashamed in front of Twin Peak Mountains. That's how specific I had to get that thumbnail. I did it for you. Trump had Kid Rock, so they did that on the night when Trump was speaking. People were showing up for that anyway. And Trump doesn't have to do that at every event that he's at. I get what you're saying, and they do that. They bring people out, but even here, how many of these old white people do you think even know who that is singing to them right now?
They just know it's a nice chocolate man.
Is this where they're all doing the voting? Oh, Bernie! Bernie's here. All right.
And stability financially of your family and expand opportunity for working and middle class Americans.
Okay.
Please welcome Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders.
Weird for this independent to be at every DNC convention. I'm sure it's purely coincidence. And yes, Ebony, Kid Rock performed right before, because Kid Rock performs and then Dana White introduces Trump and then Trump spoke. It's the only part of the RNC that I watched. And I didn't even watch all of Trump's speech because I got bored and tuned out. I hope he talks about the bread.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It is kind of ironic that they have him here. I mean, this is the guy the DNC tried to do this or at least made plans that if he was successful as a challenge to Hillary, they were going to do this thing too, where the party just decides who the nominee is. And they gave him a plum speaking spot in 2020 and in 2016. But Bernie, don't you have any pride at all? I get that you're a communist, so probably not, but any pride?
Nah, he's a millionaire with like beach houses. He's
true, yeah. They bought a whole bunch of his books that literally nobody ever read, so he could technically be a millionaire finally. All right, look at his face right there. That is the shit of nightmares.
He looks like the tall man from Phantasm. Boy!
God bless, man. Do any of them look normal?
No, everybody's fucking weird. Look at that guy. He looks fucking weird too.
I was just about to say, I love that you finished that as he popped up on the screen. You're probably a good dude. You're dumb. You're wearing safety glasses, but otherwise, I'm sure you're a good guy.
My fellow Americans, it is an honor. It is an honor to be with you tonight because we're laying the groundwork for Kamala Harris to become our next president.
I thought he was going to say communism, but he said Kamala.
He was talking about Kamala. I thought he was going to say laying the pipe, but you know.
Also, he should have addressed everybody as my fellow comrades.
He should have. It would have been more honest.
Yes.
Look, this is the guy that has made it okay to be as openly communist as the DNC is now.
Yep.
Without him in 2016, people would still run from the notion of being called a commie, as they should.
Yeah, and now they're talking about price controls.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, man. We're in big trouble.
And it's all thanks to Mr. Breadlines here. At least in the breadlines, you get the bread.
Yeah, right.
And before anybody gets mad, that is not a direct quote, but it is what he said.
And let me tell you why that is so important.
Please do.
I want you all to remember.
It is nice to see them all cheering for somebody who sounds stereotypically Jewish. You know, being the Democrats, I'm shocked nobody blew up the stage.
Well, he did say, I want everybody to remember. And that a logical extension of that sentence is the 5th of November.
Where we were 3.5 years ago.
We were in an economic downturn caused by Democrats taking advantage of a pandemic and responding in a way we've never responded to in a pandemic, so that you guys could try to win an election.
Yeah.
Is that the part you want us to remember?
I remember having more money and cheaper gas.
I want y'all to remember what we did to you that we're going to blame on the Trump.
We were in the midst of the worst public health crisis in 100 years and the worst economic downturn since the Great Depression. 3,000 Americans were dying every day.
You kill that many kids every day. FL, thank you so much. God, I can't stand the nonsense about prescriptions. When my groceries, gas, insurance, and rents are all skyrocketing, prescriptions don't mean anything. It's a talking point for the elderly mostly. It is, because they're the ones who tend to take more prescriptions than anyone else. And they tend to be on fixed incomes. So I get what you're saying, but it's done for a reason. It is specifically targeted at senior citizens. It's targeted at people like Bernie.
Yeah, my parents are on a fixed income, and their prescription bills are ridiculous.
Yeah.
And our hospitals were overwhelmed with COVID patients.
Hospitals were not overwhelmed. They were understaffed, purposefully so. And people have been warning about that for years before the pandemic happened. Remember that, Jack? Like, there's no beds in the hospital. What about that unused wing over there? Oh, well, the nurse would have to see 4 people if we open that up.
Yeah. Yeah. It's because they staff to lower the budget.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it's fucking ridiculous. They are saying so many half-truths and obfuscations. It's repulsive.
They had time to do TikTok dances. They sure did, Faithless.
Yep.
But they just did not have enough time to take care of more patients. And for any nurses in the audience who are going to get mad at me, get as mad as you want. I've never had a job where part of my job is sitting there flirting with a doctor for half an hour while people literally have heart machines going off and they ignore it. Some of you might be really hardworking nurses. A whole bunch of your fellow nurses aren't. They out there looking for their new sugar daddy because Jimbo the mechanic isn't making enough, but Dr. Pachenko, he's got some money. Red, thank you. Hey, Monk, been a while since I've caught you live. Well, thank you for the donation and coming and hanging out with us. I swear there was another donation that came through that I missed, and I don't see one. So if I miss you, please let me know. I apologize. All right. Anyway, back to dumb shit.
All across the country, businesses were shutting down.
That was
Unemployment
mandated.
was soaring.
No, Jack, they were shutting down because the economy went bad.
Well, the economy went bad because they shuttered everything and nobody had any money.
That's the reality of it, but this is the retelling. This is literally changing the history less than a decade after it happened.
This is a redistribution of the truth. Just like Tim Walz redistributes the honors of valor.
True. Comrade Kitty says, no, Monk, go off. It annoys me too to see nurses sitting while I get asked all the stuff a nurse should be doing.
Mhm.
I have a lot of respect for hardworking people in any field, but I've been a sickly person my whole life, Jack, and I've spent an ungodly amount of time in doctors' offices and hospitals, and I'm sure being a nurse has its hard moments, but they sit on their ass a lot. They just do. And not doing paperwork, chit-chatting. I've seen it.
Yeah. Yeah, it happens a lot.
Workers
Again, if it doesn't apply to you, don't get mad. But you know you have colleagues like it.
were losing their health insurance.
No, they weren't.
Schools were closing. State and city budgets.
Again, why were schools closing? That was your union friends, dickhead.
Yeah.
It was the
None of that
unions
stuff
who
is mandatory.
it was the unions who kept pushing to keep them closed too. Did you see the video of Tim Wall saying that in his state, kids didn't miss more than 10 days of in-class learning?
I'm not surprised. He seems like he has some problems with reality and the truth.
Were running out of money. People were being evicted from their homes.
No, they weren't. There was a moratorium on evictions.
Yeah.
What the
and
fuck
why
are you
weren't
talking about?
Yeah, why were they in danger of being evicted to begin with? Because they couldn't go to work because you shut everything down. This revisionism is disgusting.
It's just lying. By the way, I did read the CNN fact check of last night of Joe Biden. Actually, they did the fact check of the DNC, which amounted to, I think, about 6 people, mostly Joe Biden. They didn't get all of his lies, but they did catch a couple of them, and I was impressed they caught any at all. That's how low my opinion of CNN is, that they managed to catch ones that have been debunked so many times. Actually shocked me that they reported it. Can't wait to see him fact check this nonsense.
They're not going to do that.
Children in America were going hungry. That
No, they weren't. What are you talking? I said this to somebody earlier today. You can't just say shit and make it true, but apparently you can. All you got to do is get up on the DNC stage, say whatever the fuck you want, and it becomes true.
Yes, that's how this works.
God damn.
was the reality the Biden-Harris administration faced as they entered the Oval Office. A nation suffering, a nation frightened, and people looking to their government for support. And within
And it was their government frightening the shit out of them. What are you talking about, man? And anytime Trump tried to tamp that down, you motherfuckers went out there and were like, no, you better be scared. Your kid's going to die and he's going to take grandma with him.
Look, it was a pandemic of the unvaccinated. They were going to get everybody sick, even though they were vaccinated.
It's such nonsense. The problem, look, people were going to die with COVID. COVID was bad. But more people died because of the way we handled it than would have. We've been through pandemics before. We didn't lose as many people because we didn't lock all the sick people up with all the healthy people. We didn't say, hey, spend all of your time in that home with the sick person, you dumb fuck.
Monkey, you don't understand. Some kid did a paper.
I forgot a couple of fat people died because they went to school and a kid got them sick.
No, they were healthy at any size. You don't understand.
I'm so tired of the lies about it. If we had just done what we normally do, the death rate likely would have been cut in half, first of all, because people would have been getting out of their homes instead of locked in with the literal sick people.
Yeah.
More people died of being put on ventilators. Well, the ventilator problem, the whole thing, the way, and many people in the healthcare industry back this up, the way that they treated people with like pneumonia changed for some reason. One thing you do not want to do with pneumonia is lay in the same position all day long, because all it does is builds up in your lungs. Comrade Kitty,
that's crazy.
Comrade Kitty, thank you. I wish to see one person with a mini loudspeaker refuting him. I want to see all the people like, hey, Trump needs fact checked in real time. Say it about this shit. Suddenly lying. Fuck, even CNN finally called out Biden on the bullshit about Trump saying you need to put disinfectant in your arms. Even CNN's calling that shit out now, but look how long it took them to do it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter now. Real quickly, thank you, Shio. What's the difference between chicken pox and monkey pox? You don't get chicken pox when you fuck a chicken.
Oh, God. I don't know how much more burning I can take.
2 months of taking office, our government did respond.
Before Kamala ever got there, or sorry, Joe. We got to remember Joe. Before they ever got there, there were bills passed that gave people money. There was the bills passed to get the injections done. You can't sit here and pretend. The only thing you can actually point to that Biden did was allow people to go back to work, and he didn't even have that say. He just told the governors that did have that say to let him go back. There's nothing that Biden did. Literally, you can say, well, he passed. What was the Recovery Act? Oh, okay. He gave people the rest of the money that was supposedly promised to him. But everything else was already in motion. All Biden did was come in and spend a whole shit ton of money we did not need to spend. And he did it all under the, we're saving everything.
I believe that's called payoffs.
Did you see James Clyburn today said that Joe Biden will be remembered the way that we remember Martin Luther King Jr.?
I saw he would. I saw what Obama said. Something about Joe will go down as one of the greatest presidents in history, or some bullshit like that.
It's clearly time that Clyburn gets into a home as well. He is an old man. Anyway,
We passed the American Rescue Plan, which provided $1,400 for every man, woman, and child in the working class. We extended and expanded benefits for the unemployed. We provided emergency assistance for small businesses to stay open. We guaranteed
going to mention the fraud level on that one?
No, he's not, or of any of this.
Yeah.
He's also not going to mention that they gave money to states that didn't need it under the guise of them needing it.
Coverage to tens of millions of Americans through one of the largest expansions of Medicaid in history.
We wasted all of your money.
We provided rent relief and mortgage assistance, which prevented tenants and homeowners from being evicted.
When there was a moratorium on evictions. Okay.
Hate fact.
Hey, Bernie, how did all this spending go? How did that money machine go burr? How did that help inflation? How many people are losing their homes now or can't get them to where Kamala is now promising $25,000 to get your first home?
What is this inflation thing you speak of?
I mean, we did all this stuff. Pay no attention to the effects. Homeowners from being evicted. What he's at, when you say homeowner, you're often talking about people who have a mortgage, which is what he meant to say. He meant foreclosed. He's a dumb commie. What do you expect?
No, he meant homeowner. So yeah, it's just he's just trying to get the gays that own houses to vote.
We established emergency food programs for hungry children and the elderly, and protected the pensions of millions of union workers and retirees from being slashed by up to 65%.
Once again, if unions are so great, why do they need that bailout?
Because they're so good with money. Oh, real quickly, thank you, Dixie Rose, for that feminist donation. If they're helping so much, why do I have to work 4 12-hour shifts a week to supplement my Social Security? Because well, obviously they're not doing anything to help you, but they're also disingenuous shitbags who want to tax you to no end so they can pay for all those illegal aliens that are sitting in hospital waiting rooms, mooching off the system.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the people they actually care about.
We created committees where our friends got paid $1 million a year to study child hunger. That is true.
Yeah.
They love their committees.
This is just so enraging. The fact that people cheer this nonsense should frighten all of us, honestly.
Yeah. If unions are so great, why is their membership mandatory? It's not anymore, which is why their membership tanked.
Yeah.
And why they lost all of their influence.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Because when it was mandatory, it sucked. There's still places that you pretty much have to join a union if you want a job, because union towns, because that's the only place around that will hire. But I would never work a union job again if I could ever avoid it.
Yeah, it started with laws that said union dues couldn't be forced into, or couldn't be used for political campaigns because it was compelling speech, basically.
Yeah.
And that moved into, no, you cannot be forced to pay union dues if you don't want to be in a union. And they're desperately trying to reverse that. And if you go look at the laws that were put in place for unions, basically they made it so unions can do anything they want, lie to you in any way they can think of to get you to give them their money. And they don't owe you shit.
Yep.
And how dare you say anything bad about them? It has been a racket since the beginning. It's why the mob got attracted to it. They were like, holy shit, this is legal?
Yeah. Yeah, it's lots of free money.
Legal extortion.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Give us what we want or we will destroy your business. That is fucking extortion. But we don't call it that. We call it striking. And for a while, you couldn't even, there were laws against hiring replacements.
Yeah.
So even if you still wanted to run your business, you weren't allowed to because the government got involved and it was government-assisted extortion.
Well, the government loves extortion too.
They really do.
They had a lot in common.
Commies and the mob working together. Like the 50s in Cuba.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, we cut childhood poverty by over 40% through an expanded child tax credit.
No, you didn't.
Thank you, President Biden. Thank you, Vice President Harris. Thank you, Democratic Congress.
How are those kids doing with all of that inflation? Monk, falling back to that Walmart conditioning. No, I hated unions before I worked at Walmart. It's what attracted me to Walmart.
Now, I say all of this not to relive that difficult moment, but to make one simple point.
that you're a liar? It's that he's a liar. It's got to be.
I assume so, but
Let's find out.
When the political will is there, government can effectively deliver for the people of our country.
Let me translate that to real people talk. When we can buy your votes, we'll do so. When we can buy your vote, we will do it. When the political will is there, we will come in and destroy your lives so that we can save you from it. Good job. Everybody remembers that the response to the pandemic came from a 14-year-old science project, right?
shh, we don't talk about that. That kid was a genius. Children are the future. They're smarter than everybody else. Just ask Al Gore.
And now we need to summon that will again, because too many of our fellow Americans are struggling every day to just get by.
There is always going to be poverty. Why do they think they can eliminate it?
But Joe's still in charge.
Is he?
Even on paper, then Kamala's still in charge. The people that supposedly saved us from all the horrors are still in charge. Who's causing the problem?
The Republicans. Trump!
Exactly, Faithless. I thought Joe fixed it. He just gave us the whole litany of things Joe made better. But now we gotta do more because the shit we fixed isn't fixed.
Well, the revolution's never over, buddy. There's always some Trotsky to fuck it all up. Damn you, Snowball.
Government is like medicine. There's no profit in a cure.
Yeah.
You need that lifelong patient.
To put food on the table, to pay the rent, and to get the health care they need.
But you did all that.
Brothers and sisters, bottom line, we need an economy that works for all of us, not just the billionaire class.
Why did Joe Biden build an economy that only works for the billionaire class?
Well, he's still undoing what Trump did. Say it's always Snowball's fault.
He said it fixed. He said it was all done. They made it all better.
They did, but see, Trump's a sneaky one. He came in and tinkered with it when no one was looking.
By the way, it wasn't inflation that caused Bernie, well, I guess it was a kind of inflation, to switch from attacking millionaires to billionaires. Notice there's only like 1,000 billionaires, but suddenly they're the only problem. It's no longer millionaires.
Well, it's because he's a millionaire.
Although the Biden tax plan, which is becoming the Harris tax plan, does make a separation between millionaires and 100 millionaires.
Jeez.
I'm not kidding.
It's fucking ridiculous.
My fellow Americans, when 60% of our people live paycheck to paycheck, the top 1% have never, ever had it so good.
The top 1% has it good because other people are working paycheck to paycheck.
Shouldn't we want all Americans to do better?
I don't get the connection here.
You're trying too hard, dude. There's not one to make.
The top 1% have always had it good, no matter what time frame we're even talking about, especially when you're comparing it to everyone else.
Yeah.
It's why they're the top 1%. They have the money or the food or the women, whatever it is you're using your top 1% for. They have the resources. But somehow, right now is the time they've never had it better. Not even in the 80s with with all the excess that was going on then. This is part of that commie nonsense propaganda where they're the pay gap, where people think that if Elon Musk made less money, that they somehow would make more.
Yeah. Somebody in chat just called it the fixed pie fallacy.
100%. That's exactly what it is.
Yep.
The idea that there's only so much money that can ever be, or wealth is actually what we're talking about, represented by money, that you can have in the world, and the rich are taking it all for themselves and leaving you pennies. It's nonsense.
Yeah. It's not how any of that works. And
especially
people
since
move social strata a lot.
Especially since we're not on something like the gold standard, where there would be a hard cap on the wealth of the nation.
Not if we had all the gold.
That's all right. We gave it all away to the Federal Reserve.
Yeah.
It's true.
I know.
It used to be held in Fort Knox. It's not there anymore. It's in the Federal Reserve. We gave away.
Gold got melted a long time ago, and all the nickels that were gained are put in Jamie Dimon's pocket or something.
Yeah.
And these oligarchs tell us we shouldn't tax the rich.
I don't ever want to hear a goddamn communist talk about oligarchs.
No shit.
Fuck off with that. These oligarchs, what, the other communists? Fuck you.
Who's been out there saying we shouldn't tax the rich? Have you ever heard anybody say, hey, the rich should have zero taxes?
Well, maybe the rich people, but even they don't seem to think that they don't have to pay anything. They all want to pay something.
But see, this is the lie. Instead of pointing out the actual arguments that are being made, like the rich pay the vast majority of taxes, it's just true.
Yeah.
No, they're saying we shouldn't even tax these guys. I will say you shouldn't tax their wealth, because that's nonsensical. We do have wealth tax in this country. They're called property taxes, and they're incredibly unfair.
Oh, absolutely.
They are nonsensical and just bullshit. And it is amazing that Kamala, did you see that video of her where she was asked about her price control thing? No, not her price control. Sorry, the $25,000. Somebody's like, where are you going to get the money for all of this? And instead of answering that question, instead she told us that it's an investment. It's an investment, you see, and in doing so, it's gonna cause you to have more property taxes, you see. Even her answer and how you help people is to take their money.
Yep.
There's nowhere that the Democrats are like, we should let these people keep their money. Yeah, is what it is, I guess. Don't worry, you working class jackasses. They're here for you.
Yeah. Yeah, suckers. I mean,
yeah, you were right the first time.
The oligarchs tell us we shouldn't take on price gouging. We shouldn't
define price gouging. Be specific.
Yeah, that's called inflation, dude, and you're causing it with all your stupid policies. They really think that their policies will work, even though they've been tried tons of times and it's never ever worked. It'll work next time. You just didn't implement it right.
If we just stop, give me a number at the very least so we can have an intelligent discussion on it. What is too much profit? Define it for once. But they'll never do that.
No, they need the talking point.
They do. And they need to be vague, because they know if you pay attention, you'll have questions.
Yeah.
Shouldn't take on price gouging. We shouldn't expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and vision.
Look, I'm not saying we should or shouldn't. I'm saying that we don't have the money to.
Yeah.
We just don't.
And we don't need to pay for people that aren't citizens. I'm sorry. We don't have the money for it. Fuck you. Get out of our country. Fucking parasites.
Man, commies like to lie.
Yeah, they do. It's in the playbook.
But
they love illegal immigrants, so
increase Social Security benefits for struggling seniors.
Again, we don't have the money for it. If you want to take away all the places that you're misspending Social Security money so that you can divvy it up just between the people who are supposed to be getting it, we can have that conversation, sir.
Yeah. Why isn't there an income cap on that anyway? Because if they're so worried about the rich people making money, why do rich people get Social Security?
Because the only way to do it legally is to have it so everybody's a part of it. If they separated it, it's the same reason there's a ceiling on FICA taxes. The way that they sold it originally is that it was everybody was paying into it, and it was.
I don't know.
That
seems like it's not an equitable way of doing it. They seem like hypocrites for this.
It's absolutely not. And frankly, if you're, say, Elon Musk and getting Social Security, I don't know if he's old enough or not. Say Donald Trump. There you go. He's old enough. He should just be giving it back because he doesn't need it.
Yeah.
But he shouldn't be forced to because he paid in the same as everybody else and is entitled to it.
Yeah, but they look like hypocrites by not addressing that, though. Because they should be pushing so that these people can't get Social Security. And I don't understand why they don't. Maybe they just want to collect it themselves.
Because they have to, in order to get the pay in, they need the rich people. And they can't misuse Social Security funds if there's no Social Security funds there.
It's ironic that they need the rich people to make a bunch of money, but they want to punish them at the same time. Good luck squaring that circle.
Under the way the system was supposed to work, you should be able to cut out any group and it not matter because you're getting paid back based on what you put in. So if you just take away the people who, say the rich folks, they didn't put anything in, they don't get any money back. It's a wash. In reality, though, they've misappropriated the funds so badly and given it to people who have no reason for it. I'm not saying they don't need money, but they have no reason to be drawing Social Security specifically.
Yeah.
Other than they were trying to buy votes. So they said, we'll let retarded kids have it. Anyhow.
Well, I've got some bad news for them. That is precisely what we are going to do.
There you go. Bernie Sanders just told you they're going to destroy the economy.
And we're going to win this struggle because this is precisely what the American people want from their government.
100 years of propaganda has really started to pay off for those commies, man.
Yeah. He even said the struggle.
The struggle, yeah.
And my friends, at the very top of that to-do list is the need to get big money out of our political process.
Big money. Big money, Jack.
Big throbbing money. Throbbing money.
The big money he's talking about is currently paying for people like Harry Sisson to make videos about how much he beats off to Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
They love this talking point, but they use it as much, if not more, than anyone else.
Yeah. George Soros is a real person.
And he's been pulling his shit for decades. Long before any Hillary Clinton video got made. For those of you who don't get that reference, Citizen United, that was all about a Hillary video. And it's what made it so that you could have all the big PACs. Look it up.
Billionaires in both parties should not be able to buy elections, including primary elections.
You mean the process that Kamala got to skip?
Yep. And that the rich people decided Joe Biden had to drop out or they weren't going to give him any more of their big money.
Can they rent elections?
Apparently that part's legal.
Yeah.
It's
Interesting.
amazing to me that he actually said that. I get it. He's taking his shot at the DNC because he blames them for him losing in 16 and 20. No, it's that even Democrats aren't ready to go quite as commie as you yet. But goddamn, Red, thank you so much. Sometimes he sounds like Castro. I will not lie. That's not on accident.
Yeah. Well, he's an old school commie, like the old Red Guard days. So yeah, of course he's going to sound like that. It's kind of frightening if you're Cuban. You're going to hear a lot of similar rhetoric.
For the sake of our democracy, we must overturn the disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision.
We must overturn the rule of the. Why don't you say it the right? They don't even pretend anymore, Jack.
No,
if you don't like Citizens United, there is a way around it. It's called a constitutional amendment. We don't overturn it in the court. You go pass an amendment. This was the problem with Roe v. Wade is you fucking idiots want to do everything by court fiat. And then you get mad when it gets turned around on you. And frankly, I know this is a very unpopular thing. I don't give a shit how much money is in politics. Tons of just regular people give what amounts to millions of dollars a year to have these assholes promise that they will spend millions of dollars to fix problems they never will.
That they created.
Yeah. And then they want to pretend that the big problem is that, oh my God, somebody gave Donald Trump too much money. That's not the issue. Money in politics, when it comes to what he's talking about here, which is specifically campaign ads. Remember, that's what the Citizens United thing is about. For those of you who don't know, a video gets made about Hillary Clinton. And the people who made it get in trouble because it's in-kind political contribution. They're like, no, bullshit. And it goes to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court said, there's no law, there's no constitutional law that says that just because it's a corporate entity, they have to limit the amount of money they can spend. You're violating their free speech.
Real quickly, thank you, Frosted Glass. As Fred Thompson pointed out in an RNC speech, they're not going to tax your family. No, they're going to tax businesses. So unless you buy something from a business like groceries or clothes or gasoline, it's not going to affect you.
Mm-hmm. True.
That's very true. I liked Fred Thompson. I thought he was funny.
Thank you, Michelle Kincaid. We are not a priority. Migrants are. Such bullshit. No, illegal immigrants are.
Yeah, not even migrants. Illegals.
Illegals.
I would understand migrants getting some kind of perk or something for coming over and joining the American culture, but they want to assimilate. And they don't, these people don't want assimilation. They want to change the system. So they're porting the third world who are used to dictatorial governments.
And move toward public funding of elections.
What could go wrong there, Bernie?
Yeah. How could that possibly backfire? How could that turn into Venezuela real fast?
If you want to get money out of politics, I mean, good luck to you. But this idea that if you make it government run, it's somehow going to be better is retarded.
Yeah, well, they think government is always the answer.
All right, each of you gets $10,000. Go. Jack, you know how many times I would run for actual office just to waste their money?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Just for the fucking fun of it. And I would give myself the maximum salary I was allowed to while I was running.
Well, of course. And expense everything.
My wife would be a consultant. My daughter, my 2 sons, my granddaughters, the youngest of which isn't even a year old, she would be a consultant, a paid consultant.
Yeah, I'd hire all midgets.
Prove I'm not using her to make major decisions.
And let me tell you what else we must do. We need to join the rest of the industrialized world and guarantee health care to all people as a human right, not a privilege.
Healthcare is a human right. Somebody owes you a doctor.
Oh, those doctors don't have a choice.
Yeah, because it's a human right.
Yeah, you have to enslave doctors.
On the
Make it
plus
happen,
side, when we finally have government sanctioned and carried out suicides in this country, we're going to lose a lot of Democrats, and it's going to be great. It's for their own good. It's their own healthcare choice, Jack.
Well, they seem like very unhappy people, so
we need to raise the minimum wage to a living wage.
Most places have reached the thresholds you guys were telling us just a few years ago you have to be at to get a living wage.
that was then, Monkey. This is now. They fucked up the economy more, so they got to raise it.
And we had all this inflation because all of these wages went up, and then they're like, we need to make wages go up because inflation. It's weird. It's almost like it's a circle.
Yeah, it's a circle.
We need to pass the PRO Act so that workers can organize the unions.
Workers can already organize unions. What we need to do is outlaw unions because they are communist fronts and organized crime. Their only real method of doing anything is extortion, which in any other circumstance we call a crime. Fuck you and your union.
Listen to Monkey. Oh my gosh.
And gain the decent pay.
Name any other time, Jack, I'm allowed to go make a business, do what I want at the threat of shutting down their business.
Legally?
Legally.
Oh. Nope,
and I
can't
have
do
the
it.
power. I have the actual power to do it.
Yeah, I no. You're 100% right, dude. You know it.
I know. I know we have some I don't want to put this. People who disagree with us, and I like rubbing it in.
Real quickly, thank you, Evolved Potato. Something Razor Fist said that I really liked is like how you can't get foreign donations for elections. You shouldn't be able to donate to another state for state elections.
True.
Like, why should Californians be able to flood other state elections with money? Oh, I completely agree.
I would have no problem with making that a rule.
Yeah, if it's a state position, then why would other states be able to donate?
I guarantee you Democrats don't like that rule, though.
Oh, God, no.
All right.
Benefits they deserve. We need to strengthen public education.
Now, by strengthen public education, let's be honest, he's talking about we need to give more money to public teacher unions.
Yeah.
He's not talking about increasing the standards at all.
Oh, no. And honestly, the teachers are going to get pennies out of that dollar because it's going to go to unions, the union bosses, union reps, administrators, school boards. It's not going to go to improving classroom conditions, buying computers. It's not going to go to any of that. It never does.
Even when it has, it's not used for actually educating. The problem with our education isn't the number of teachers. It's not the resources we have for them. We spend more per capita than almost any other nation on the planet, and we have dumb fucking kids because we're not teaching them real things.
Yeah, we're not teaching them important things. And parents don't value actual education. They just assume the teachers are going to do it properly for them. And that's a really dangerous idea. So, I mean, have you seen this shit they're teaching kids?
Teachers are openly advocating in class rather than teaching, and they're like, I can't believe our schools suck.
Yeah. I can't believe little Billy wants to change his gender and cut his wiener off.
All we need is more money. And then they'll magically understand math that we don't actually teach them. This is a party that has literally argued that black people are too stupid to learn English, that Ebonics is a real thing.
Yep.
That black kids can't figure out math, so they should be able to pass for writing down the problem correctly. The problem isn't money, it's the people spending it. I hate these assholes. All right, that's enough of Bernie. Oh, God. Who's the fat guy? Let's back up, get his introduction.
Please
his name
welcome
is Chubbs Chubberson.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker.
It's the governor of Illinois. Yeah. Okay, I've seen him before. I saw him for the first time yesterday that I remember ever seeing him.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about him, but I don't remember what he looks like.
Right, yeah, I saw his picture and I thought, who's this fat guy? And I saw, and there was a caption that, oh, okay.
He looks like a little fat kid wearing like a business suit and a toupee for Halloween.
He looks like that one guy who used to be governor of New Mexico, real big
Clinton Richardson?
Fan. Yeah, Richardson. He looks like a younger Richardson. Just as fat, though.
Yeah. Well, fat people kind of all look alike. They look like big potato people.
They look like Cabbage Patch Kids.
Is that Mark Wade?
That is a pedophile. Let's be honest.
Panel bans for Harris.
I'm picturing him as Uncle Jack. Have you seen the episode where Frank plays chess?
Don't think so.
Oh, he pulls up in an ice cream van in front of Charlie and Frank goes, "Give me an ice cream," and he goes, "There's no ice cream in this van." Oh, if you don't watch Always Sunny in Philadelphia, you really should. It is a great show.
You are missing out.
Danny DeVito was recently quoted as saying that they're making season 17, and it's going to be the most I forget his exact wording, but basically the most crass one yet. And I was like, holy fuck.
Ooh, challenge accepted.
There's an episode where D makes a stripper dancing with his dick in his daughter's face, and they're going to get worse than that.
Yeah. Although some of the episodes like D dates a retarded person.
Yes.
I mean, they've gone to some depths.
They really have.
That show's great.
Paul Potato, thank you so much. Who's this fat guy? Ranting Monkey accidentally looking into a mirror. That would never happen. I do not accidentally look into a mirror, and I know exactly what I look like because I'm a pretty man.
He's self-obsessed enough. Real quick, thank you, Frosted Glass. Go easy on Bernie. He's scared of Trump. A lot of immigration enforcement officers support him, and if there's one thing commies fear, it's an ice pick.
Nice.
Nice. Very nice. Thanks, Frosted.
I'm so conceited when I reset my screen and it goes black and I can see my reflection. I get annoyed when the picture pops back up.
Wow, that's a bold depth I did not expect.
I like looking at myself.
Clearly.
The only way I could ever be gay is with me.
Wow.
Yeah. All right.
Fellow Democrats, welcome to Chicago.
They've been there since at least yesterday, homie.
Well, I mean, real quick, thank you, X Bubba Hotep. Hey, now this guy doesn't even own a van; he has a studio. Would you like to see my etchings?
I I can make you a model.
Yeah, I'm a photographer. Just
For
come
the
down to my
FBI.
basement.
We're a great American city in a proud blue state. Our patriotism was formed in
Your state was having trouble with pensions before the pandemic. Anybody remember that? Illinois was in such dire straits that they weren't going to be able to pay all their public pensions. Proud blue state. Hey, and by the way, does anybody know what the murder rate is in Chicago these days? We don't talk about it anymore. How many of y'all walk through the south side of Chicago in the dark by yourself?
That's mega country, dude. I ain't doing that.
Yeah, you can't even go out for a Subway sandwich. You'll get beat up by
two Nigerian guys.
MAGA people.
frost and in fire and in the steel we forged to survive both.
What are you gonna fight some
Our love
orcs?
of country.
The
Yes,
steel we forged to gain the Iron Throne.
in the
What the
fires of
fuck?
Mount Doom.
Yeah. Oh my God. Is that true, Ham and Beans? Illinois can't even afford to pay out lottery winnings.
Yeah,
Why do you have a lottery then? That sounds
Illinois-
so corrupt.
Illinois is one of the most corrupt states in the union, and that's saying
Yeah,
something. We
that
talked
really
about
is.
this. We talked about this because of things like Katrina and stuff, where we know where all these corrupt places are, and they all tend to be Democrat. New Orleans, Chicago, the entire state of Illinois, and nobody ever does anything about it. It's all just almost a joke.
Oh, just like the pedos in Hollywood, everybody knows it's happening, but nobody talks about it.
Yeah.
Country has been a tapestry of faith that weaves from Abraham Lincoln reuniting a house divided to Barack Obama declaring blue states and red states make one United States.
He does know that Lincoln was a Republican, right?
I don't think he does. I'm glad you picked up on that because that's what I paused at.
He was like the first Republican.
Literally the first Republican president. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the Democratic way, I mean, they do call it the land of Lincoln.
Yeah. I mean, it was
But-
Lincoln's home and he's buried out there, but kind of weird to evoke Lincoln at the Democrat National Convention.
Yeah, as Guns and Water points out, what he meant to say there was Jefferson Davis.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a Democrat.
That was the Democrats. All right. Although, if you're talking about the expansion of federal power, there's no greater point than what Lincoln did to the country.
I think FDR came really close.
FDR can't do what he did without Lincoln doing what he did.
Oh,
Without
that's fair.
Lincoln suddenly making it where states aren't allowed to leave and consolidating power as the Federalists, which is what the Republicans eventually came from. It's the Federalist Whig Republican. The modern Democratic Party couldn't be what it is, in fairness.
Well, I mean, if they had asked nicely, maybe it would have gone a different way.
And look, I'm not standing up for the slave-owning racists of the South, but they had every right to secede. There was no part of the Constitution that said you're locked in for life.
Well, they shouldn't have thrown rocks at Fort Sumter. I'm just
They
saying.
really shouldn't have.
It should have just been like, look, we want to go our separate ways. Instead, they made it a nasty divorce. And it turns out you can't leave that husband.
Nope.
Now, Illinois' presidential pedigree is unmatched. And given that Vice President Kamala Harris spent some of her early life right here, I speak for the entire Illinois.
He is not going to take. She's Californian, okay? Don't even try.
Why is he still shouting?
I saw, who was it I was watching? Somebody was talking about this. All of these people, AOC did it, even Bernie was doing it. They are all giving these speeches like they're the ones running for president.
Yeah. Like, I understand that they're trying to be passionate or look like they're saying something important, but it is really annoying to hear all these people just screaming into microphones.
And it is all based on going back to, again, 2004, and actually can go back to 88, when Clinton gets up and gives his speech. 88 and 04, you have these speeches given by these unknown guys who in short order become president, and they're all wanting that.
No, you know what I blame for this? Braveheart. Because everybody that gives speeches wants to give an impassioned speech, and they're all watching like movies where they gave an impassioned speech, and Braveheart is inevitably in there, and they're all like, "Oh yeah, I want to give that speech."
I think I hear what you're saying, and if these were normal people and not politicians, I'd give that to you. But this is the Barack effect. And if the funny part about it is the person who gives the somber, heartfelt speech is the one that'll stand out this year, because everybody's yelling.
Yeah.
When everybody's Sam Kinison, nobody's Sam Kinison.
Yeah, it's hard to be that noticeable when everybody's doing the same thing.
And there's also a part of it that is this manufactured bullshit of how excited everybody is about it. Nobody's excited about it. Stop. It's so fake.
Delegation, when I say we claim her too.
In true democratic fashion, they just claimed a black woman.
That's right. They're claiming ownership.
You took ownership of a black lady. All right. I mean, that's one way to go.
Was she running? Is the Fugitive Slave Act still in effect? What's going on here?
Did you get one of your catchers out there?
Yeah. Did somebody throw a big net on her? I mean, like a cartoonishly big butterfly net?
Hey, Democrats, it's 2024. I shouldn't have to tell you can't just claim people.
No, they don't identify with linear time.
God damn.
Now, one president we will never claim is the con artist the Republicans nominated in Milwaukee last month.
Oh, I was going to say Nixon. Man, he wasn't that bad.
The one we'll never claim. That sounds like insurrection to me, sir.
Yeah.
You don't look, and I've said this to people who are like, Biden's not my president. You don't have to like it, but he actually is. You can say I didn't vote for him, I didn't want him. That's all fair. But he actually is your president.
Nope, not my prezi. I said so's.
We don't claim him. What, did he not pass over one time and get as much time in state as Kamala did whenever she lived there? How much time did she live in Illinois?
Not very long.
I've never heard. I'm sure there's stories, but I've never heard one. It's not one that's pushed very much, but he's claiming her. I want to get some too. Illinois, you guys elected this guy?
Well, I mean, maybe. Hypothetically.
It is Illinois, so maybe not.
Yeah, YouTube's not going to let us address that one.
Donald Trump once called Chicago embarrassing.
I've been to Chicago. It is embarrassing.
There are parts of Chicago that are very nice, and then most of it is a shithole.
Yeah.
He called it embarrassing because of the rioting and the fucking death toll. Disagree, Biden didn't win the 2020 election. Well, believe it or not, our presidents aren't based on who won the election. It's based on who's sworn in, and Biden was sworn in as president. So that's just reality.
Yeah, we're not allowed to talk about that because YouTube.
Look, even if you think Biden stole the election and you believe it with all your heart, he's still your president. He's the one that got sworn in. There's a reason Donald Trump peacefully left the White House on January 20th of 2021. You don't have to like it. He's still your president.
Quote a great Chicagoan who won 6 world championships on these very grounds. We take that personally. I had to govern for 2 years while Trump was president. Let me tell you what's embarrassing. In Illinois, we...
Your quadruple chin?
Yeah, that's embarrassing. Look, if you're a fat guy, don't wear ties, okay? Your jowls and your gobbler look ridiculous.
The fact that you need to use a stick to wipe your butt?
He's got a poo knife. You know he does.
Passed a man.
For those of you who don't know, excessively fat people have to wipe their butt with a stick.
With a rag on it.
That's a real thing. Abraham Lincoln, thank you so much. The Democrats didn't claim me either. No, they shot you.
Massive bill to fix our roads and bridges. When Donald Trump proposed his own plan, he turned right around and called it stupid. We eliminated the grocery tax. Donald hasn't been in a grocery store since his first bankruptcy.
I'm sure that was funny. I'm just not sure why.
Because he's so rich, he doesn't need to go.
Yeah, but if he had gone earlier, would that have meant anything to the grocery tax being repealed?
We're relatable.
They eliminated the grocery tax for 1 year. Is that true?
That's it.
They didn't even get rid of it. They didn't even get rid of it for good, but he's going to take credit.
See, they even stand on the grave of dead bills.
You know why he went to Donald Trump, hasn't been in a grocery stores and blah, blah, blah? Because the federal government has nothing to do with grocery tax, because there's not a federal grocery tax that's state run. But instead of just claiming credit for his year furlough of taxes, he had to tie it to Trump somehow. That's all right. Liberals are cheering because they're fucking retarded. This is what I was talking about last night. They don't even listen to what's actually being said or put any thought into it. They're just, yay, AOC, AOC.
He says things I like.
They're dumb.
Illinois invested in clean energy and the jobs it brings. Donald claimed that windmills in the ocean made the whales a little batty. During COVID, we supported small businesses and jobs. And Donald told us to inject bleach.
He absolutely did not, you lying fat piece of shit. Even CNN called this out yesterday when somebody else said it. And you're going to repeat the lie. If Donald Trump was so bad, you wouldn't need to lie about him. But you can't help yourselves because you're liars. And you know the people who vote for you are fucking retarded.
Sorry, Dom. You said I'm supposed to be on a mental health day off, you pricks.
Sorry, homie. Just laugh and don't take it personal. Just laugh at these idiots. Where's the lie? Donald Trump literally did not tell anybody to put bleach in anything. That's retarded and it's a lie. Go watch the clip. He never said to do that. That was a lie that the Democrats made up and have been repeating ever since. And I'm guessing you're a Democrat, so me pointing this out isn't going to matter because, as I just pointed out, this guy's fans and supporters are fucking retarded.
Donald Trump thinks that we should trust him on the economy because he claims to be very rich. But take it from an actual billionaire.
They're now cheering for an actual billionaire, Jack. How did their heads not just explode?
I don't know.
This is your Satan, you stupid motherfuckers. This is your evil right here. But you're cheering for him because he's, right after Bernie Sanders, Faithless. They put up the billionaire.
but he's one of their billionaires. So he's the good kind of billionaire.
From an actual billionaire.
Trump is rich in only one thing: stupidity.
Oh, it's so original. What are you in 5th grade?
Now, I meet with business leaders all the
I am glad to see they finally found some black people there.
time, and there's one universal thing they all need.
I'm sure there's
People.
plenty on the wait staff.
They need more workers to fill all the jobs they have. But the
Then why y'all get so mad when Abbott sends them to you?
anti-freedom, anti-family policies of MAGA Republicans are driving workers away.
Hang on a second.
The jobs they have. Peace leaders all the time, and there's one universal thing they all need: people. They need more workers to fill all the jobs they have. But the anti-freedom, anti-family policies of MAGA Republicans are driving workers away.
In your blue state, run by you, where you get to pass the laws you want to, MAGA Republicans somewhere else are causing the people in your state to leave. You know, Jack, I found out today how much power incels have for being a bunch of weird virgins. Apparently, they can get television shows canceled because they're the reason that The Acolyte's not getting a second season. It's not the shitty writing and the story that made no sense and characters flipping their motivation midstream with no explanation. No. And I have that same feeling anytime I hear the left talk about MAGA. The MAGA Republicans are driving these people out of our state. You run the state, dickhead. You can pass all the family acts you want to. What's stopping you? It's not MAGA Republicans, and unless it's the ones that beat up Jussie Smollett. How long has Illinois been a blue state?
What, 100 years at least?
No, the damn MAGA Republicans, anti-family policies, business owners, we need illegals because MAGA. Shut up, fat boy. Donald Trump, thank you. Injecting some bleach might help clean out those arteries. Look, I fully support Democrats injecting bleach if they think that's what was said to them.
Real quick,
100% without reservation.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not necessarily opposed to your idea there. Thank you, Evolved Potato. People claiming Biden wasn't their president reminds me of back on Lords of the Night when I did the same and Scribe got all disapproving about how it's wrong. Until I said because I was Australian and he chuckled because he knew he got pranked. Memories. Fair. That's true. If you're a foreigner, he's not your president. He's just the president of your love.
Well, what the rest of the world doesn't want to hear is, yeah, it is. But let's not talk about reality. The first time I ever heard somebody say, that's not my president, was actually about Reagan way back then. I'm like, but he is. Even at 11, I knew that was wrong. And actually, I was 9 because Reagan leaves in what, 88? No, how old was I in 88? 13. So yeah, about 11 when I heard it. But I'm like, no, and it came from my own mother because my mom was very liberal, Jack.
What? I'm shocked.
Yeah. Liberal woman.
Here's the thing. Americans don't want to be forced to drive 100 miles to deliver a baby because a draconian abortion law.
If you're delivering a baby, why do you care about abortion?
100 miles to deliver a baby because of an abortion law. Wow, we're going real deep on the bullshit here.
Yeah, why would you care about the abortion law if you're giving birth? That's what deliver means, right? Or is this in a basket like Moses?
Maybe Fat Man has an explanation. I just cut him off too quick, but all right, let's give him a chance here, Jack. Hit play, fucker.
to deliver a baby because a draconian abortion law shut down the maternity ward.
Why would the maternity? Do they do abortions in maternity wards?
This is them trying to say that doctors aren't allowed to make actual medical decisions because it'll be classified as an abortion, even though that's not even remotely true. Remember the whole Texas thing? The woman had to leave because they wouldn't let her have an abortion. And even the Supreme Court of Texas said she can have the abortion. All she needs is her doctor to say it's necessary. Because that's what the actual law said. But instead it got put out there that she wasn't allowed to have an abortion. All she had to do, and they said she needed it medically. This is what they're doing. They're stopping doctors from medical decisions. All that doctor had to do is say she needs it, and doctor wouldn't even do it. And by the way, the doctor's take on that is unquestionable. It's not like she'd have to go sit in front of a board and validify her decision. She just had to say it, and she wouldn't. That way, this fat motherfucker can make this lie in front of these retards, and they'll all cheer.
Americans want the hope of giving birth through IVF, not the fear that it might be taken away.
Oh, for the love of fuck. All right.
Who's going to take it away?
This is all about, what was it, Oklahoma? Whatever state it was where the case wasn't even about abortion. It was actually about doctors who threw away embryos that belonged to the people. And because of it, the court ruled that that basically the what do they call it? Embryos had rights to an extent. They're living things. And within days, the legislature went in there because they'd be like, oh my God, this could cause in vitro to be illegal, and said, no, that's not an issue. They actually went and made a fucking law and fixed this. And the Democrats haven't shut the fuck up about it or pointed that point out since.
Well,
they're fucking liars.
What? So a politician lying? Oh,
the best part of it is because of this argument, we found out another lie Tim Walz has told when he said that his family had their children through in vitro and they absolutely didn't.
Yeah, I saw that going around that he implied that it was in vitro, and I think somebody asked his wife about it. It was in the New York Post. I don't remember the whole thing.
They had what is, it's actually kind of funny because IVF is what they claim, because that's in vitro fertilization. And I forget what the acronym stands for, but what they actually had is IUI. And what that is his sperm is really weak, so they kind of boil it down to make a concentrated sperm, and turkey basted up into his wife, and she got pregnant. Yeah.
Wow. We got to strengthen up your soy sperm.
His sperm was too weak to make a baby, so they make super sperm. Intrauterine insemination. Thank you. Or if I'm even close in saying that properly. But yeah, that's what they had instead. They didn't actually have IVF, so them claiming on to it. And it's amazing how many people have now came out. We had it in vitro. No, you didn't. Shut up. All right. Anyway.
Americans with LGBTQ kids don't want them facing discrimination at school because the state sanctioned it.
Are you talking about them being able to read pornographic books and have sexual secrets with their teachers? Because I'm pretty sure most people are against that, even if you keep lying about it. Jack, there's 2 days left of the DNC. I dare any one of the speakers to get up there and read some of the stuff that people have been told they're not allowed to at school conventions.
Yeah, school board meetings that you can't even read the curriculum.
Go out there and prove how abused these kids are by reading the stuff people say isn't child friendly. Do it during prime time. You know, when the FEC can hit you, or the FCC can hit you for it. I dare you. I dare ya.
Americans want to go to their neighborhood grocery store and not have to worry about some random guy open carrying an AR-15.
Is
that happening in a lot of grocery stores?
Well, I mean, probably in Chicago.
I would think in Chicago they'd be more worried about their kid being on a playground and a random 9mm bullet piercing their skull.
Yeah, I don't care if somebody has a gun. I care if they're going to use it.
That happens way more often than somebody shooting up a supermarket.
Yeah, that.
Americans don't want their kids to be taught in history class that slavery was a jobs program.
Nobody said that's totally disingenuous.
It's disingenuous and belies the fucking fact that the original curriculum that they all got so mad that DeSantis changed included the same shit.
Yeah, it's supposed to notice that.
It wasn't saying it was a jobs program. It said they got skills from it. Abortion is healthcare. Sure it is. And starving is a weight loss plan.
I mean, technically.
And if Americans are black or brown, they want to get promoted at work without being derided as a DEI hire.
Then stop hiring them based on DEI, you fat fuck.
Oh, but how else will they get somebody of color to work for them?
They don't want to be questioned about being a DEI hire, so we have to DEI hire. Just can't talk about it. Hey, fat man, you do realize that there's black and brown people qualified for jobs, right?
Probably not. No.
Man, they are so fucking racist. It's almost impressive how racist they are.
For the sin of being successful while not white.
Is he going to exclude the Asians on this one again?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, because they're white adjacent.
Yeah. Man, the cameraman really loves that pedophile.
It's not woke that limits economic growth. It's weird. And these guys aren't just weird, they're dangerous. Democrats are for lower taxes and higher wages, less in.
Where are Democrats for lower taxes? Even with Biden saying that he wouldn't raise taxes on the middle class, he didn't say he was cutting it.
I don't think you're supposed to notice these things, Monkey.
What is Fat Man talking about? Maybe I'm too smart to watch Democratic politics.
Well,
I mean,
yeah.
I am smarter than the average fifth grader, so probably.
Inflation and more business growth. We just think it's wrong to craft those policies for Elon Musk and not for everyday working people.
What the fuck did Elon Musk do?
He bought Twitter.
Because of government policies?
Nope. It's just, in general, that they're going to target somebody for one thing they didn't like.
As far as I know, the most money Elon is getting right now from the government is coming for the EVs, which is part of their green initiative bullshit.
But he's a bad guy. We all hate him now because he bought the Twitters.
All right.
He took away our hug boxes, Monkey.
I saw Elon tweeted out today. He said, "And completely unscientific poll. Who are you voting for?" And of course, Trump led by, it was like 75-25 last I saw. And one of the Krasenstein said, "I remember when the owner of Twitter said that Twitter shouldn't have an obvious bias."
No, just a well-concealed one.
Well, even if, all Elon did was ask the question. And while Elon has a bias, you can't point to anything on the platform and say this is a conservative principle or a conservative thing, unless you're talking about free speech. The reason there's so many and so vocal of a conservative base out there is twofold. One, Elon bought Twitter, and at the mere threat of free speech, the Democrats ran for the fucking hills. They ran to places where literal racism, anti-Semitism, homophobia, and pedophilia were running rampant.
Yep. Oh, Mastodon.
We're all going to mass. And the other reason is that the ones who stuck around tend to block anybody they disagree with so they wouldn't see the poll in the first place. They're proud of how many people they block.
Oh, I don't think we call it blocking anymore because it sounds aggressive. We call it shivesing.
It's amazing to me that they're whining about underrepresentation and trying to present it as though that it's a skewing by the platform itself. When you censor yourself, you weren't censored.
Yeah.
Okay, you can be like, we have to censor ourselves here, but there's a difference between not saying the things we're not allowed to and completely shutting up because we're never going to talk again. Somebody might say something mean to us. I'm going to go away because the people who run this place aren't the people I want running this place. That's censoring yourself. That's you skewing the data.
Quiet muting. Yeah.
No.
Like that.
I remember when you said that it shouldn't be biased. Tell your liberal friends to bring their pussy asses back. Have an actual argument instead of being little bitches. Although I like when you're little bitches because it gives me a reason to make jokes about how your parents are already related.
Yeah, true.
I have so many fun jokes that I make about people being inbred. I asked somebody today if they were on the rag, and they're no. I'm like, oh, so you're just always a bitch. They did not like that answer either. Some dude tried to get semantic with me. Okay, guys, I am a petty jackass. You don't want to get into a semantic fight with me. I will win. I'll make you cry. I'm just warning you. Oh, I don't know if you saw. Did you see the giant IUD that they paid for at the DNC thing?
No.
Oh, you haven't seen it?
No.
Oh, now I'm going to make you look at it.
Yay. That's what I get for saying no.
That's right. That is right. We live in a time, Jack, where we've heard these Democrats tell us how bad things are and how kids are starving and shit, right?
Yeah.
And it's horrible because I don't even know if I want to watch any more of this shit. We got to watch a little bit of Obama. Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck? That looks like a double-ended dong went bad.
It is a representation of an IUD, and I'm not sure if that's supposed to be the female reproductive parts on top. I'm not real sure. But
no,
yeah,
that's the prongs that go into the uterine lining, so it won't take anything else.
Fair enough. But yeah, this is what they spent money on. Yeah.
Whatever. It's fucking dumb.
Kids are starving again because reasons, and we're gonna build a giant blow up IUD.
Yeah, they didn't hand out free food at the convention or anything to like the needy.
Nah. No, they're giving away abortions, condoms that say "fuck Project 2025." That is true, and vasectomies.
That's kind of funny. Vasectomies, jeez.
And actually, they don't even say "fuck Project 2022." They say F***CK. Suddenly, they're being family friendly. The people who take their cocks out in front of kids at parades are like, we're family friendly now. Who's this bitch?
Well, they're not family friendly so much as they are like afraid of offending everybody.
Ew.
Yeah, that's an Uggo parade. Wow.
Who's this one?
Fatty McFadden.
In 2021. Kamala.
That's Anna Navarro.
Oh, she looks like shit.
Oh my god.
She looks fatter than usual.
She's the Republican from CNN. Oh my. I got it, guys. I didn't even see you guys say it before I realized it as soon as I heard her voice. Fuck. Why did they bring Anna up? Where's their special speaker? No.
Barry?
No, they brought up the chick who used to be the press secretary for Trump for a little while.
Oh.
The one who's told lies ever since January 6th. Oh my God, Schumer was there?
Yeah.
We're not gonna watch him. Just look at him.
It looks like he's gonna say
I didn't even realize Schumer was there. Of course he is, but I mean I didn't realize he was talking. Oh, that. Where did Dummy show up? Maybe it would help if I looked at her so I could remember what she looked like. This isn't her, is it? I don't know who that is.
And it's personal to me. At 2 years old, my sister was diagnosed with a tumor that was incurable and made her uninsurable by the time she was 3. And it's personal to Americans across the country who know what it's like when someone they love gets sick. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance want to dismantle our healthcare system, repeal the Affordable Care Act, and eliminate protections for pre-existing conditions. Either the
You guys do get that not even your own crowd is cheering for this shit anymore?
Yeah.
Nobody's paying attention to this lady. So we're not going to either. Why does she have a different background?
Georges County, Maryland. I
don't know.
That's kind of on the nose, right? You bring up the brown person and you put a brown background.
That looks vaguely like a slave cabin. What?
All right. I don't even care about her. Who is this screaming? Oh, that Pencil Neck Geek looks familiar. I don't know who he is, though, and I don't care.
But now, Trump's anti-woman crusade has put other Americans' right to have their own families at risk.
More. Oh.
You're not allowed to have your own family?
No, not anymore.
I feel
You'll
like
live in a pod and eat your bugs, bitch.
Watching this, I feel like I've missed a ton of headlines. Things that should have been major stories.
Nah.
Oh, this does remind me, though, because, like, remember I told you yesterday about the people who were like, I won't be able to get my hair dyed.
Yeah.
We have to take a break and watch that, and then we'll get into the Obama so we can get this shit over with. I gotta find
this
it
is
in
getting really painful, dude.
It's just boring because they're mostly just repeating the same lie over and over. All right. All right, you ready for this shit?
This is so funny.
How many different warning signs do we see, ladies and gentlemen?
All the warning signs are here except for fat.
That is true. That is true.
Why are y'all voting for Kamala Harris?
I don't want to lose my rights. Like, I'm a trans man and I'm gay and...
You're a chick.
Yeah, that's what she said. A trans man who's gay. This is a wiener. She's got the bonus hole.
You're a chick who likes to fuck dudes. You're a cis woman. But anyway, she's not even the good one. It's when Red over here talks to us that it gets funny.
I have been pregnant and I've had an abortion before and I don't want to lose that.
Kind of something funny about her saying she had an abortion and she doesn't want to lose it.
Yeah, well, she already lost it, so what do you want to keep it in a jar in your room, weirdo?
I'm a trans man I'm a man who's had an abortion, and I, as a man, don't want to lose my ability to have an abortion.
Yeah, no, I swear to Harry Potter shirt. I mean,
That's not a Harry Potter shirt, is it?
Camp Half Blood. It's either Harry Potter or Percy Jackson, which is a knockoff of Harry Potter. So
Yeah, because Harry Potter would be Mudblood.
no, the Half Blood Prince.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
But I'm guessing it's probably Percy Jackson. So discount Harry Potter. It's like Chinese knockoff Harry Potter.
I'm afraid of not being able to be myself anymore because from what I've heard, Trump's America doesn't want me to look like this.
Well,
So
nobody does because your
Parents don't want you to look like that.
Yeah. I mean, look, they could be average looking chicks if they cleaned up, but nobody wants you looking like a slob, honey.
Okay.
that's why I'm here today, and that's why I'm voting blue.
What about you?
I've also been pregnant and had an abortion before.
I am shocked to learn both of these chicks have gotten knocked up irresponsibly.
Yeah, and murdered a child because they look like they're going to end up on the investigation discovery at some point anyway, so.
Was a minor, and it would have been dangerous for me to properly, like, it would have been dangerous for me to carry a baby with, like, personal reasons and everything.
Yeah, why would you have a baby in a mine?
It wouldn't have been dangerous for you to have a baby as a minor for personal reasons. It's for biological reasons.
Well, that it was probably her uncle's baby, and it would make things weird at Thanksgiving.
That's the other part. Did you turn in the dude who did it?
You know she did.
I also, like, I'm very, alternative, and I feel like if Trump were to win, I wouldn't be able to, like, express myself through my looks and everything, and wouldn't be able to have the piercings or the dyed hair or the tattoos that I want,
Yep. She's voting blue because Trump's going to take away her tattoos, piercings, and hair dye.
Like, personally, he's going to come up and rip them all out.
I laughed so fucking hard the first time I watched that. Because she believes it. She's all in on that, man.
Yeah. Since we're doing a small break here, why don't we watch this video that I brought you? I think that'll be a good palate cleanser before we get into Obama, who's going to just piss me off.
Okay. We also have a Trump video to watch when I find it. Share this tab instead, and here we go.
Governor Tim Walz.
Well, I was born in a small town, and I live in a small town.
Governor Tim Walz.
I mean, other than looking like he's on The Price is Right.
No, it's way gayer than that.
That dude is weird.
He's very weird, man. This is like some impromptu shit that like if Richard Simmons was teaching a dance improv class, he's like, just do what makes you feel good. And Tim's like dropping some acid and ecstasy. He's like, okay, man. That was a very
now the Trump video we're gonna watch. I'm gonna have to play the part of the reporter, unfortunately, because it's really hard to hear the reporter. Trump was in Howell, Michigan today, I believe, and the Kamala Harris campaign decided that they were going to take a hit, not just at Trump, but at the entire town of Howell, Michigan. What? And yes, say that Donald Trump went there because of it being a white supremacist hotbed.
Seriously?
Seriously. And so Trump is taking some questions as, he's wrapping up. And hang on, I want to have this up and the transcript so I can read this. We're gonna get the question, and I'll tell you what the question was.
I can't hear that at all.
I know. Okay, so what she asked is, the Kamala's campaign is attacking you for being in this town because it is associated with white supremacy. That is what the reporter said.
Look at that cop behind him, like, the fuck you talking about?
Who was here in 2021?
The answer was Joe Biden.
Thanks, everybody.
Kamala's campaign is saying you're racist for coming here. Trump's answer, who was here in 2021? Joe. Thank you. And just leaves. I fucking love Trump when he does shit like this.
Oh, yeah.
And he needs to do more of it.
Good. He is really good at trolling.
I mean, what a bullshit question to ask.
Fuck yeah, it is.
You just labeled an entire town fucking racist. And we're not even talking about, LA or anything.
Yeah. It's not like you're in some like tiny Alabama town where they're like, we don't like your counting around here. Population of 4 and equal amount of teeth. No, it's some town in Michigan. Where the slaves fled to because they didn't have they wouldn't agree to return slaves.
But notice that that's not going to make headlines, that Trump claps back at the reporter who asked a retarded question based on a retarded charge from Kamala.
Yeah, that's disgusting, man.
Yeah, that's not even Kamala or the reporter coming up with it on their own. They're literally just repeating bullshit she said.
Oh, what's with the Lady Elaine from Mr. Rogers here throwing the white power?
I didn't mean to do it this way, but this actually works out really well because what you're about to see is the guy that she is so enthralled with.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Oh, Big Mike.
She really likes that Mike dude. I don't know if we're going to watch Mike's speech. I actually don't think I even want to. But it was shocking to me how she went for her Blade look here.
Well, maybe she's going to fight vampires later.
She's in Blade cosplay, y'all. Oh. This is the only part of the convention I saw before I started watching tonight, because when I heard she was speaking, I came over to make a really stupid joke. I just took a picture of her and put it on Twitter and said, who is this guy? Because that's who I am. But I do want to see B-Rock, because B-Rock's going to come out and chat at us.
Yay, Barry.
All right, so Michael is going to, I guess, introduce him.
You all, thank you for all the love, but it is now my honor to introduce somebody who knows.
Does she look happy at all for this?
None of these people look happy.
Wow.
I haven't seen anybody that actually looks genuinely happy. Where's all this joy I keep hearing about?
I feel like she's mad that Barack is taking other dick now or something.
I mean,
well, not since he killed the kitchen help.
My honor to introduce somebody who knows.
Isn't it funny? Even black Democrats have black people serving them.
Well, there were black slave owners, so
knows a whole lot about hope.
The thing he stole from Bill Clinton. Remember that one? That was Bill Clinton's thing. I believe in a place called Hope.
That was a whore named Hope, I think.
Someone who has spent his life strengthening our democracy. And let me tell you, as someone who lives with him,
I've never paid this much attention to Mike before. That bitch got some Ferengi teeth.
Yeah, she's got some really jacked up fangs, man.
Wow, it is Blade.
He wakes up every day,
I would hope so.
and thinks about what's best for this country.
And how to destroy it.
And how to make sure it doesn't happen.
Please welcome America's 44th president and the love of my life, Barack Obama.
If I had that expression on my face when I said the love of my life, speaking about my wife, I think she'd kick me.
You'd probably deserve it too.
In a place I don't want kicked.
Yeah.
The love of my life. Wow.
The love of my life, Mrs. my husband, Barack.
And remember, just last night, Joe Biden told us you can't only be proud of your country when you win. And she was deeply ashamed of America, Jack.
Oh, yeah.
Or he. I'm sorry. I keep using the wrong pronoun.
It's okay.
What he's whispering is, I'll be Heath tonight.
I was going to go really fast.
That's not right.
A horrible accent, or
no, a different moment from Heath's life.
Oh,
the moment from the famous movie. God, I still have nightmares about that. Shio, thank you. To Jack's point, driving from Atlanta to DFW with my best friend, a 450-pound black dude, we stopped outside of Clanton, Alabama, and were warned at the gas station, that boy better not be here after dark. He replied, I dare you to find a tree that can support my fat ass. Oh, that's wonderful. Hey, he didn't call her Michael right there.
He wanted to.
Hello, Chicago! Oh.
He's trying to start. Turn off the fucking music.
Oh. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
What are they chanting?
Barry? I don't know.
Thank you. All right.
Why are Democrats so bad at chanting?
It's sort of like work.
Thank you. Chicago! It's good to be home.
Oh, you're in Hawaii?
I'm sorry. Hang on, wait a second. Okay. Right now, we are hearing the crowd go wild. Do you see anybody right there even looking like they're making noise?
If I say yes, do I get a raise?
If you point to them.
Oh,
which one?
The one right behind the vote sign.
No,
you
doesn't
can't
count.
see.
It's good to be home.
They're panning and nobody's making noise.
I'm telling you, canned audio. Somebody from some game show is inserting cheers and whatnot. There's no way that they can't pan to somebody that is cheering. No fucking way.
This is like when I watched Amy Schumer's Leather special, and there's cheering from the crowd, but you can see the crowd and nobody's moving.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, there's clearly some people doing it, but every time they cut to see the audience when they're supposedly screaming, nobody is.
Yeah, it's very odd.
I'd like to see cell phone video from this.
Yeah, I know
instead
Savannah
of the produced
Hernandez
coverage.
has been out and about there, so maybe she's got some.
All right.
It is good to be home, and I don't know about you, but I'm feeling fired up.
Touchdown!
I am feeling ready to go.
Oh God, I forgot about his speech cadence.
Yeah, it's fucking.
Even if I am the only person stupid enough to speak after Michelle Obama.
I'll do it. What? God tier thumbnail. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it. All of this love of Michelle Obama, I've never understood it, and I've never met anybody who actually likes. And granted, I don't like hang out in really liberal spaces or anything, but I've never understood it. It seems as manufactured as everything we're watching these last 2 nights.
Yeah.
Everybody loves her. Who? Except for the girls on The View. I mean, I'm dumb enough to. I get it. He's making a nice compliment for his wife, but come on, bruh. At least I believe people actually like you. I don't know why, but they actually do. And in fairness, he can be a charismatic speaker when the teleprompter doesn't break and he goes, if.
Yeah.
Oh, does anybody have that clip? It is one of my favorite clips ever.
I hate the way he talks. His cadence is really weird.
I am feeling hopeful.
Are you?
Because this convention has always been pretty good to kids with funny names who believe in a country where anything is possible.
Good line. I'll give him credit on that one.
Because we have a chance to elect someone who has spent her entire life trying to give people the same chances America gave her.
She spent a good deal of her life locking people up, homie. Is that the chance she was given?
Yeah. Well, maybe somebody was like, would you like to be falsely imprisoned and not let out? And she's like, nah. But it was offered, you know.
What is he talking about?
They're making up a lot of backstory for her.
You got it. I mean, if she hadn't been a prosecutor, maybe that line can work.
Someone who sees you and hears you and will get up every single day and fight for you.
To stay in prison so that the state can save money.
And get some work out of you. You're back in the mines, bitch.
The next president of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
If I'm being honest, it almost feels like he's phoning this one in.
Oh, yeah, it seems very phoned in.
This is not the impassioned Obama we normally get. All right.
It's been 16 years since I had the honor of accepting this party's nomination for president. And I know
it's kind of a mistake for them to put Obama up here. And not because I don't like Obama as a politician or as a person, I don't. But because of who he is in their party, he's still God tier in their world.
Oh, yeah. They speak of him like JFK.
And he is a far better speaker than anyone we've seen so far and anyone we're going to see.
Yeah. And he's still phoning it in.
And he's phoning in. And his phoned in performance is going to make Kamala's look like a joke. I mean, you kind of have to offer it to him because he's Obama and he is your God tier in your party. But if I'm them, I'm like, hey, Barack, could you give us a TikTok video? Bradley, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, I would not If I'm Kamala, I don't want to get up there and talk about Venn diagrams after Obama spoke.
Fuck no.
And if I'm the people running the party, I don't want her getting up there after Obama spoke.
Oh, that's hard to believe because I have not aged a bit.
And you're very modest.
But it's true.
Very modest.
And looking back, I can say without question that my first big decision as your nominee turned out to be one of my best. And that was asking Joe Biden to serve by my side as vice president.
What's that got to do with Harris?
He's taken a victory lap in front of her. I honestly don't know.
No,
there've been a lot of things that we've seen people talk about that I'm not sure why they're bringing it up.
I think some of this was written for Biden, and nobody bothered to really change their speeches when he dropped out. They're just like, fuck it, nobody cares.
Shio, thank you. Yes, there's a reason we're best mates. He's dating a ginger. She's a ginger, and he's an anagram of that. His words, not mine. The town was formerly named Clantown. Wow.
Well, at least they were on the nose with the naming.
He seems like somebody I'd enjoy hanging out with, honestly. All right, back to B-Rock talking about his best choice was Biden. Really? I mean, I did live through your presidency, so that might actually be true, but it's by default. Obama sounds passive aggressive. He always has. He always has.
Other than some common Irish blood, Joe and I come from different backgrounds, but we became brothers. And
didn't you say about Joe that he could fuck up anything? What's the exact quote? I know somebody knows it.
Well, I mean, when don't
you
say that about your brother, right?
The 2020 campaign got the idea of hiding him in the basement from your administration. Wow.
And as we worked together for 8, sometimes pretty tough years, what I came to admire most about Joe wasn't just his smarts, his experience. It was his empathy and his decency and his hard.
Is he just naming things Biden doesn't possess?
Yes.
That's it. Thank you, Assassin. Never underestimate Joe's ability to fuck things up. That's what it was. Yes.
Again, he's still talking about Joe Biden, not Harris.
Obama does not like Harris. I am convinced of that. Thank you, John Jones. Remember, he didn't come out with a full-throated endorsement of her. He came out with, yay, Kamala.
Yeah, true.
Thank you, John Jones. 1968, incumbent president drops out. RFK bid for Dem nomination cut short. DNC in Chicago and unrest and Democratic infighting over foreign war. Holy, wait a minute. Yep. The only difference is we don't have the riots that we deserve, damn it.
Yeah. It's like the cops are learning.
The Antifa folks have gotten so pussyfied.
Yeah, well, they were always pussies, but they were picking on like the elderly and women and, you know, the occasional unsuspecting person. And then they got their asses kicked a few times and they're like, and a bunch of them quit.
Thank you, Shio. Hanging out with him? Poor choice of words, Monk. No, because we know it's safe because no tree can hold him.
Earned resilience. His unshakable belief that everyone in this country deserves a fair shot.
Don't shoot anyone.
Unless they're going to school with his kids.
Yeah.
Because they're just as smart as the white kids, but he doesn't want them hanging out with them.
And over the last 4 years, those are the values America has needed most.
He fucked up his speech right there.
Yep.
I don't know what he was supposed to be saying, but he fucked up.
When millions
Unlike Joe, he does recover well.
Well, that's a low bar.
It really is, but still.
of our fellow citizens were sick and dying. We needed a leader with the character to put politics aside and do what was right.
But we got
at a time
Joe.
when our economy.
What did Joe do differently than Trump with the pandemic?
Forced more closures.
It was really.
I mean, he did force 6-month-old kids to get the shot they didn't need, but otherwise. Remember that? 6 months old.
Yep.
We needed a leader with the determination to drive what would become the world's strongest recovery. 15 million jobs, higher wages, lower healthcare costs. At a time,
massive inflation that cut all of those gains, and the 15 million jobs actually just came from, letting people work again. Tomorrow's the day, Jack. We find out what the year revision is for jobs. And depending on which economic forecast you look at, they're expecting them to be reduced by between 300,000 and 1 million over the last year. Recovery, y'all.
Time when the other party had turned into a cult of personality, we needed a leader who was steady and brought people together.
Maybe steady's not the right word for Joe. He fell trying to stop a bike. Just saying.
And was selfless enough to do the rarest thing there is in politics, putting his own ambition aside for the sake of the country.
That's kind of a slap in the face. This is the second time it's been brought up. First by Joe's wife, and now by Obama. He did the selfless thing. He stepped aside. Well, why? You won't admit that he's lost his fucking mind, so the only other answer is because he was going to lose. Do you think they're getting that when they're saying it, that they're going, he's a loser?
I think they do, but they don't want to admit it.
History will remember Joe Biden as an outstanding president who defended democracy at a moment of great danger.
History is going to remember Joe Biden as a guy with high inflation, and that's it. Stop it. I really do blame Bill Clinton for this shit because he's the one that made his legacy the fucking be-all, end-all.
Yeah.
And every president since has been like, legacy, legacy, legacy. Just shut up and do your fucking job and let history worry about that.
How dare you?
And I am proud to call him my president, but I am even prouder to call him my friend.
I do think Obama was on Joe's side about Joe not leaving because he sees it as a slight against him because he was his vice president. Not because he's actually good friends with Joe Biden. How many times have you guys heard about Joe Biden and Obama just hanging out? In the 4 years that neither man was in politics, how much were they together? They had to basically force Obama to come out at the end of the 2020 campaign to campaign for Joe. Oh, God, we're chanting again.
Now, the torch has been passed.
The torch has been stolen. It wasn't hard to do. The guy holding it has dementia, didn't know where he was or why he was holding it, but still.
Oh, that counts, right?
If Joe tried passing the torch, he would have set Kamala on fire. They keep trying to make this seem like a noble thing. This is one of the saddest things we've ever seen. I mean, this guy had to drop out because he was demented and shouldn't have been running anyway. He passed the torch. You guys forced him to. How many times did he say he wasn't dropping out in the immediate aftermath of that debate, Jack? Even 2 weeks later. But no, he passed the torch. He passed the torch. This feels like an awkward consolation prize for the Et tu Brute moment that they just pulled. It's exactly what it is. We'll talk nicely about you at the DNC convention.
Well, you never speak ill of the dead, and Biden's a zombie, so.
Indeed.
Now it is up to all of us to fight for the America we believe in.
Oh, God.
And make no mistake, it will be a fight.
That sounded like insurrection to me.
Yeah.
How come they get away with the word fight so often?
Well, they're Democrats, for one. They do enjoy that. Two, it's because they're the ones that set the rules with the media.
Trump said fight like hell, and that meant insurrection. Their rules, not mine.
Yeah.
Incredible energy we've been able to generate over the last few weeks for all the rallies and the memes.
Generate is an interesting word there.
Yeah.
This will still be a tight race in a closely divided country. A country where too many Americans are still struggling.
Well, you fixed that. I was told so. Bernie.
Where a lot of Americans don't believe government can help.
It can't.
Maybe they've had experience with the government before.
Maybe they're over the age of 5 and understand the world.
Yeah.
And as we gather here tonight, the people who will decide this election are asking a very simple question.
How can I get
Why
out of
does
here?
she keep laughing? Did you see her husband say, apparently he talked to, I didn't watch it, but I don't know if it was in his speech here or a speech he gave earlier, but he was talking about his first date with Kamala, and he actually said, I love that laugh.
No, he doesn't.
Come on, man. Don't lie.
If he doesn't say that, then she hits him.
She'll suck 2 other dicks instead of his tonight.
It's all right. His will be inside the nanny.
Who will fight for me? Who's thinking about my future? About
Nobody
my
cares.
children's future?
No, this is what the people who aren't there are thinking. B-Rock is telling us that, man.
About our future together.
Uh-huh.
One thing is for certain, Donald Trump is not losing sleep over that question.
That was a laugh line? Oh, you know, Donald Trump got shot. He doesn't need to run for president. And if he dropped out, most of his problems in life would go away. But these are the people who've convinced themselves he's doing this to enrich himself and to be a dictator because of a joke he told. I just don't understand how the world goes along with it.
Because they want to believe that.
Joe dropped out literally because he might lose. But the Democrats will be there to fight for you with everything they have.
78-year-old billionaire who has not stopped whining about his problems since he rode down his golden escalator 9 years ago. It has been a constant stream of gripes and grievances that's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of losing to Kamala. There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories.
Like your administration spying on his campaign that turned out to be 100% true.
Hey, fact.
Weird obsession with crowd sizes.
I got to give him that. That was well played. Obviously rehearsed, but all right. That's at least it's a genuine laugh line. I'll give him credit on that one for the audience that he's playing to.
Yeah,
he's a good speaker. He understands manipulating a crowd very well.
I just hate the way he has weird pauses.
Holy shit. I looked at the screen. That girl's looks like her face is melting like the guy in
Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Raiders, yeah.
Yeah, and she's standing next to Stuart Smalley because he's good enough and smart enough. And
Oh
gosh
my
darn
God.
it, the Ark likes him.
But can I just point out he just started he makes silly nicknames and he made a small dick joke.
Yeah. Very classy, Obama. Way to rise above.
I wouldn't mind the dick joke if he's not whining about Trump using childish nicknames first.
Oh, it's not hypocrisy when they do it. Nope, no, sir.
It just goes on and on and on. The other day, I heard someone compare Trump to the neighbor who keeps running his leaf blower outside your window every minute of every day.
I'm that neighbor.
Now,
I don't get what that's supposed to mean.
No, people have annoying neighbors that do stuff that annoy you.
All right.
Now, from a neighbor, that's exhausting. From a president, it's just dangerous.
It's dangerous for a president to use a leaf blower. Got it.
Good to know.
I did not know that. I wasn't aware that was something the Secret Service keeps an eye on. Make sure he doesn't get near the lawn equipment.
Like it might have been a classified secret that presidents have vulnerability to leaf blowers.
Maybe. I mean, most of them aren't made in the U.S., so maybe the Chinese are listening in.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
The truth is, Donald Trump sees power as nothing more than it means to his ends. He wants the middle class to pay
A means to his ends.
the price for another huge tax cut that would mostly help him and his rich friends. He killed a bipartisan immigration deal written in part by one of the most conservative Republicans in Congress.
But let's just talk about that for a minute, shall we? Joe Biden is the president of the United States. The most powerful man in the world is what we're told, Jack. And he got beat. He got beat by an unemployed guy.
Yeah, a man of leisure. Thank you.
On a bill that Joe Biden has taken credit for helping craft. You're just reminding us what a loser you guys are. Hey, he outthought us without even having a job. 5 million illegal immigrants a year is conservative now. By their estimate, it is, honestly. That's way too low for what they want.
Yeah.
That would have helped secure our southern border because he thought trying to actually solve the problem would hurt his campaign. He doesn't.
Wait. Tell the rest of the story because Joe did it last night. So Joe just did an executive order that did the same thing. So say that part. Come on. Are you gonna?
You know he's not.
Obama really hasn't been the same since he got a new chef. Well, he's got to get used to how it feels to have a new chef.
Do not boo. Vote.
That's actually a good line. Do not boo, vote. He is a good speaker. Again, as long as the teleprompter is working. Otherwise, if. For anybody who thinks I'm making that is not a joke. One time his teleprompter broke and he got stuck just saying if over and over like a fucking machine gun.
Yeah.
If.
Hey, that bald guy down in the center there.
Right here.
Like, yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks like Jared from Storage Wars.
Oh, I haven't watched that enough to know their names.
Well, the guy that looks like him.
I also haven't seen it in a long time.
Oh, yeah. He was married to that bossy chick, Brandy. And
I remember a bossy chick. I don't remember the guy with her.
Yeah, well, that's reasonable.
He doesn't seem to care if more women lose their reproductive freedom since it won't affect his life. And most of all, Donald Trump wants us to think that this country is hopelessly divided between us.
I wonder if you went through tonight, Jack, and did a count. How many times some version of MAGA is said?
Oh, quite a few, easily, yeah.
But no, he wants you to think it's hopelessly divided as we do our best to divide you. This is the problem with a good speaker. He's giving a much better speech than any of the ones we've watched so far. It doesn't mean it has good substance or anything, but he can pull off the one-liners and people can go home and feel better about being just straight lied to. Look at his little puppy dog face.
Oh, he's dead, Barack. Oh,
that's the look he gives Michelle when it's his turn to receive.
Gibbs money. Gibbs money now.
Faithless, that's a good point. A Dem reporter just called an entire town Nazis. No. What you're getting wrong there is that Kamala did it. The reporter just repeated it. That came from Kamala's campaign.
That's almost as bad, man.
Yeah. It would be bad enough if it was a reporter that did it, but that came from the campaign of the uniters here.
I'll be right back. I gotta do something.
Between the real Americans, who of course support him, and the outsiders who don't.
You mean the illegals who aren't Americans?
And he wants you to think that you'll be richer and safer if you will just give him the power to put those other people back in their place.
Is he suggesting Trump is calling for slavery? Oh, dear God.
It is one of the oldest tricks in politics. From a guy whose act has, let's face it, gotten pretty stale. We do not need 4 more years of bluster and bumbling and chaos. We have seen that movie before.
And that's why we won't let Joe run again.
And we all know that the sequel is usually worse. America's ready for a new chapter. America's ready.
Well, technically, the sequel to Trump was Biden. So, yeah. Not what he meant. Because, again, you're not supposed to think about this stuff. You're not supposed to think. Just listen to it. It's a good soundbite. The sequel's worse. the sequel's the follow-up, and the follow-up to Trump's presidency has been Biden's.
Ready for a better
This is why I told you, don't get in a semantic fight with me.
story. We are ready for a President Kamala Harris.
All right, I said it last night. Maybe B-Rock will do it. Have everybody who voted for her to be president raise their hands. They don't even know what she stands for.
And Kamala Harris is ready for the job.
We all know she's ready for jobs. Blow jobs, but jobs.
This is a person who has spent her life fighting on behalf of people who need a voice and a champion.
No, this is a woman who literally got her power by sleeping with a married man who then used his influence to appoint her to a position. She has never done anything but help herself get ahead. Ever. Oh my God. Just be honest about her. Say something honest about her. She spent her entire life helping people get ahead. No, she hasn't. What the fuck are you talking about? Wasn't she a prosecutor? Yes, she put people in prison for life for marijuana. She spent her whole life helping people. The fuck is he talking about? That's how bad Kamala is and how afraid they are of Trump. They have to lie about both of them to make her palatable. It's so sad. She helped some prisoners stay employed. That is fair, Peter. She did. She wouldn't let them out of jail. She fought to keep them in jail longer, despite them supposed to be getting parole, to save the state money because they were using them for cheap labor that they were forced into. She basically kept up her great-grandfather's tradition of slavery, except for she did it in 2000s America.
As you heard from Michelle, Kamala was not born into privilege.
She was not
She
born
had to
poor.
work for what she's got.
No, she didn't. She had to work for what she's got. This motherfucker just said that. Again, she slept her way to power. I guess you can say maybe she did some Kegels, so she was working, but really?
She was working it.
She was working her jaw muscles. She worked. No, she didn't. Stop it. Just stop it.
And she actually cares about what other people are going through. She's not the neighbor running the leaf blower. She's the neighbor rushing over to help when you need a hand.
She's the neighbor literally nobody voted for. She was appointed after the doddering old neighbor who keeps shooting at you had to leave.
She's the head of the HOA.
They're giving all these platitudes. This is literally a woman that they could have voted for. They could have voted in 2019 for Kamala Harris. Well, it would have been the vote in 2020, but that's when she starts her campaign. She goes out there. She spent $40 million, and she was so well liked. Nobody voted for her.
Well, to be fair, she dropped out before anybody had the chance to tell her how bad she was.
She had to. The polls were atrocious, and Tulsi just destroyed her. There's got to be something honest they could say about her. Hey, she was a tough prosecutor. I mean, sure, that's a euphemism for how she was as a prosecutor, but I mean, at least that would be somewhat true.
She likes Venn diagrams.
Fuck. She really likes electric buses. She's going to make sure your kid rides a bus that if it catches on fire, it'll kill them, even if they're not near it.
Do you know that the wheels on the bus go round and round? Ugh.
It should tell you all you need to know, that they have to lie so much.
As a prosecutor, Kamala stood up for children who had been victims of sexual abuse.
And then she picked Tim Walz as her running mate, who took the idea that pedophiles can never be classified as a sexual orientation out of the law. Did she stand up for kids of sexual abuse, or was she forced to sometimes handle those cases when she didn't want to because she wanted to turn a blind eye to it?
I think you answered your own question.
Asked and answered. I
As
did
an
that
Attorney
yesterday.
General of the most populous state in the country, she fought big banks and for-profit colleges, securing billions.
Wait, can we wait a second? Wait.
For-profit colleges.
This is the California delegation. He is preaching the wonders of Kamala as the California AG. And nobody's cheering. They're all sitting there stone-faced or looking at their phones like these ladies back here. This is her state.
Yeah. No, can't you hear all that enthusiasm?
It's
obviously super real.
These are Democrats from her state. Oh my God. Look at that.
Securing.
They're stone-faced. Hello.
Billions of dollars for the people they had scammed. After the home mortgage crisis, she pushed me and my administration hard to make sure homeowners got a fair settlement.
Now Kamala was instrumental in federal policy when she was the AG of California?
Yes.
Is she next going to have spun the world backwards to stop an earthquake from killing Lois Lane?
Yeah, clearly.
Jesus Christ.
Didn't matter that I was a Democrat. Didn't matter that she had knocked on doors for my campaign in Iowa. She was going to fight to get as much relief as possible for the families who deserved it.
The only relief she ever offered to a family was the Brown family in California.
That was more of a release than a relief.
As vice president, she helped take on the drug companies to cap the cost of insulin. Lower.
She didn't do shit. Would you guys please stop making it sound like the vice president does a goddamn thing?
Did Trump do that anyway?
The vice president is meaningless. They're there in case the president dies. Until that time, they have no power whatsoever.
Hey, she did break a tie that would raise prices on some medication.
Okay, occasionally they can break ties in the Senate. And they're told how to break that tie by the president. Can anybody name a time where she went and broke the tie and it went against what Biden wanted? Everything the vice president is able to do is at the president's discretion.
You're at the president's discretion.
For the cost of health care. Give families with kids a tax cut. And she is running for president with real plans to lower costs even more and protect Medicare and Medicaid and sign a law to guarantee every woman's right to make her own health care decisions.
Why won't they just say abortion?
It sounds better this way.
It's no longer abortion, it's healthcare decision.
Yeah. Yeah, about a clump of cells.
As long as you don't work for the Kamala campaign and don't want to get a COVID shot. Because in that case, your medical decision is you will get one or you can't work for them.
In other words, Kamala Harris won't be focused on her problems. She'll be focused on yours.
Not
as
everybody,
president,
just that
she
dude he
won't
pointed at.
Just that one guy.
Yeah, just that guy. She's
Just
focusing
cater-
on your problems, buddy.
As long as your problem is a boner, because she knows how to fix that thing.
Or he's in jail and she wants him to stay there.
He's afraid of getting out. She's the one you want. Yeah.
to her own supporters and punish those who refuse to kiss the ring or bend the knee. She'll work on behalf of every American. That's who Kamala is. And in the White House, she will have an outstanding partner in Governor Tim Walz.
Wait.
That's who Kamala is.
Listen to him almost break out laughing at this part.
And in the White House, she will have an out.
Did you catch his
voice
break? He's trying to hold back the laugh about mentioning Tim Walz. Oh, fuck.
Is. And in the White House, she will have an outstanding partner in Governor Tim Walz.
I don't think he meant it that way, but because he almost lost it and laughed, it comes out as sarcastic. Mwah. Beautiful, Barack. Wow.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
Oh my God!
I love
Stop
this guy.
stuttering.
Hey, he learned it from his good friend Joe.
I hate that about the way he talks. It drives me up a fucking wall. Not only does he do that little stutter thing, but he repeats himself so much.
Oh, he does, yeah.
Look, let me tell you something. Oh my God, stop it. It's fucking irritating.
Tim is the kind of person who should be in politics.
Because he's a well-known liar?
Yes.
Okay.
Born in a small town, served his country, taught kids, coached.
Yeah, you might want to pass that served his country real fast like you did.
Yeah.
We're not supposed to talk about that.
Football, took care of his neighbors. He knows who he is, and he knows what's important. You can tell those flannel shirts he wears don't come from some political consultant. They come from his closet, and they have been through some stuff.
Not in a war zone, but some stuff.
He wears flannel. He's just like you. Fuck.
They have been through some stuff. That's right.
He's just a typical Midwesterner, you guys. Just a folksy kind of dude.
Who wants your kids to come to his state so they can cut off their genitals?
And probably touch them.
Together, Kamala and Tim have kept faith with America's central story. A story that says we are all created equal. All of us endowed with certain inalienable rights, that everyone deserves a chance, that even when we don't agree with each other, we can find a way to live with each other.
I watched a video of a guy today who said that if he had his way, every Republican would be kicked out of the country and illegals would replace them all.
Yeah, it sounds right. And Obama talking about unity is hilarious since he was so divisive.
Mm-hmm. In his defense, for the most part, he let other people push the division because he's a crafty little shithead.
Yeah, that's sneaky though.
Yeah, he let the press do most of the dirty work there.
That's Kamala's vision. That's Tim's vision. That's the Democratic Party's vision. And our job over the next 11 weeks is to convince as many people as possible to vote for that vision.
That all people are created equal. So we need DEI? We need your racist policies supposedly to make things equal?
That would be equity more than equality.
You can't believe all people are created equal, and you have to give some people a hand up because they're not created equal.
Yeah, but you know which one they believe in.
They claim both.
No,
it depends. It depends on when they're talking.
Yeah, that's the problem with interchangeable words. But it's just a sneaky way of trying to subvert people and trick them into thinking they mean one thing when really they mean the opposite.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're just changing definitions again.
These are the people who claim, they're not racist, but hey, black people don't know what a computer is.
Or where the DMV is.
Yeah. I'm surprised so many black people made it in here because you had to have an ID to get in. Maybe Joe Biden came by and saved him. He is a white savior. He got them all IDs.
Yeah. I'm going to take you to the DMV.
Won't be easy.
And I'll be voting for you.
The other side knows it's easier to play on people's fears and cynicism. Always has.
You've got to be kidding me. Donald Trump's going to be dictator day one. By the way, they're pushing fear and cynicism.
They're going to put y'all back in chains.
God damn. Look, fear does work. That's just the reality of it. But I'm so sick of the Democrats trying to pretend that only Republicans push fear and cynicism. Go fuck yourself.
Look, Democrats correct, Republicans pounce.
Yes, that's true. Oh, or they clap back if they're Democrats.
Oh yeah, they do that.
They clap back, which is a good thing. Republicans insult. It's such nonsense, man.
They will tell you that government is inherently corrupt.
It is.
That sacrifice and generosity are for suckers.
Nobody has said that. Nobody has said that. You are taking that John Kelly line, you fucking piece of shit. Did you catch what he just did there?
Oh, yeah.
You are dirty. You are lying and hiding the lie. Fuck.
And since the game is rigged, it's okay to take what you want and just look after your own.
Nobody said that.
That's the easy path. We have a different task. Our job is to convince people that.
All right. Let's put that in the lens of abortion, Jack.
Oh.
Are they telling these women they need to, stop looking out for just themselves and help others?
Maybe.
Or are they saying kill that baby so that you can become a famous singer, maybe?
Oh, definitely that one.
Democracy can actually deliver. And in doing that, we can't just point.
You guys, Mr. They Have Fear, have said if Donald Trump wins, democracy itself will end. Yeah, somebody brought up the Project 2024. You're out there cheering about that shit. Like Donald Trump wrote it himself, and it's going to literally put women back in the kitchen being raped on the daily like they're Muslims or something. Oh, whoops. Did I say that part? Loved by their husbands.
Unconditionally?
Energetically, and maybe in protest.
So what we've already accomplished, we can't just rely on the ideas of the past. We need to chart a new way forward.
Your new way forward is over 100 years old. It's called Marxism, and it doesn't work.
To meet the challenges of today. And Kamala understands this.
Price.
She knows, for example,
Price
that if
controls.
we want to make it easier for more young people to buy a home, we need to build more units and clear away some of the outdated laws and regulations that made it harder to build homes for working people in.
Okay. Let's just do a quick poll. Of the two parties, who's more likely to be responsible for environmental regulations that keep people from being able to build?
Oh, the Democrats.
We're going to get rid of those regulations that we put in place. Fuck.
In this country, that is a priority, and she's put out a bold new plan to do just that. On healthcare, we should all be proud of the enormous progress that we've made through the Affordable Care Act, providing millions of people access to affordable coverage, protecting millions more from unscrupulous insurance practices. I noticed, by the way, that since
with the law, you let insurance people write?
What? Don't be crazy.
It's become popular, they don't call it Obamacare no more.
I still hear people call it Obamacare all the time.
Yeah.
The only people who don't are the press, and they never have, because they know how unpopular it was at the beginning and that it was going to take them years to trick people into convincing it was a good idea. Do you remember how unpopular Obamacare was?
Yeah. Well, a lot of people's insurance plans just evaporated overnight.
Yeah.
And that enraged a lot of people. I knew people with really good health coverage, and they lost it so they could pay a bunch of money for the shitty one that they ended up with.
But Kamala knows we can't stop there, which is why she'll keep working to limit out-of-pocket costs. Kamala knows that if we want to...
Kamala raised her hand when asked in 2019, or actually, I think by then it was 2020, whether or not her healthcare proposal will cover illegals.
Oh, yeah, they all did.
They all did.
Help people get ahead. We need to put a college degree within reach of more Americans.
We need to make college degrees worth something and stop giving them out like candy so that you can indoctrinate people into your bullshit Marxism.
Yeah. Well, and like Faithless just said, if you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor.
Thank you, Dangerous. Kamala walked on water. She turned water into wine. She healed the sick and fed the hungry. She forgave the sins of all of mankind. Jesus Christ, Barack. Yes, exactly. That's not what I... never mind. Yes, indeed. She's done everything. She's been the architect of everything since she first sucked off Willie Brown.
Yes. She's playing super 4D blowjob chess.
I have my thumbnail in mind for Thursday already. I'll tell you about it after the show.
Nice.
But she also knows college shouldn't be the only ticket to the middle class. We need to follow the lead of governors like Tim Walz, who said, if you've got the skills and the drive, you shouldn't need a degree to work for state government. And in this new economy, we need a president who actually cares about the millions of people all across this country.
I'm sorry. The Democrats are the ones who push the idea that you have to have a college degree.
Yeah.
This was their push all along. And guys, it absolutely was so that they could indoctrinate people, because at the time they couldn't do their Marxist bullshit in public schools. And now they're actually trying to fall back on, hey, you don't need a degree.
That sounds suspiciously like meritocracy.
Who wake up every single day to do the essential, often thankless work, to care for our sick, to clean our streets, to deliver our packages. We need a president who will stand up for their right to bargain for better wages and working conditions. And Kamala will be that president.
Starting to sound angry now.
He is, and the crowd sounds bored.
Yeah. Yay.
Yeah.
Oh my God, shut up.
It's like the concert's gone on too long. You're like, I don't even want to hear another song. Stop, please.
Yes, she can. Yes, she can. A Harris-Walz administration can help us move past some of the tired old debates that keep stifling progress. Because at their core, Kamala and Tim understand that when everybody gets a fair shot, we are all better off. They understand.
Yeah, you're right. Communism. Because remember, their idea of a fair shot's not a fair shot.
No, it's a handout.
That guy's taller than you. Cut his legs off.
Understand that when every child gets a good education, the whole economy gets stronger. When women are paid.
Has she actually made any proposal? Because we keep hearing education brought up. Has she made any education proposals?
I don't think so. She hasn't really explained anything yet.
The only thing I've seen is them bitch that Trump said he'd get rid of the Department of Education.
Yeah.
That's not a saying we're going to keep. It's not a proposal if the education system's failing and they're part of it.
Well, you shut up.
Oh my God.
Paid the same as men for doing the same job, all families benefit.
He brought up the gender pay gap.
This is getting
wow.
Something, man. I don't know.
This is is he going to bring up Gamergate?
I mean, I wouldn't put it past him at this point.
Wow. Apparently all of these Democrats are underpaying the women that they hire.
They understand that we can secure our borders without tearing kids away from their parents.
Like you did?
And like Joe has, there's like 200,000 kids they can't account for right now.
Yeah, well, they're all in the hands of some trafficker, so.
But don't worry, they didn't tear them away from their families.
Just like we can keep our streets safe while also building trust between law enforcement and the communities they serve and eliminating bias, that will make it better for everybody.
Hey, yay! Look at these retards.
Is he just going through the Democrats' greatest hits?
Yes, it certainly sounds that way.
Dangerous Spaces, thank you. They stopped saying Obamacare. Notice they also stopped saying Bidenomics. Or sorry, they stopped saying Obamacare. Notice they also stopped saying Bidenomics, Barack. Also, Dems got rid of the requirements to ensure college kids were proficient enough for the degrees they applied for. It is amazing how many kids have to take remedial classes as soon as they get to college.
Yeah.
Kids who just graduated. That's because they're being dumbed down on purpose.
Yeah, absolutely.
Donald Trump and his well-heeled donors, they don't see the world that way. For them, one group's gains is necessarily another group's loss.
Nobody said that either. It can be, but no, you are the ones who have the mentality of a fixed amount of wealth in the world. Literally, your own ideology says that in order for one group to get ahead, another group has to lose. You don't put it that way. Because if you did, people would go, wait a minute.
For them, freedom means that the powerful can do pretty much what they please. Whether it's
nobody said that.
Like throw a gun away in a trash can high out of your mind and blame it on your girlfriend and not go to jail for it?
Yes.
Be busted so many times for drugs that they just laugh every time it happens and never go to jail for that?
Mhm.
Have pictures of you smoking crack with an obvious child around and nothing happened?
No, that's just their culture.
Yeah. That's meth culture.
Yeah.
Fire workers trying to organize a union or put poison in our rivers or avoid paying taxes like everybody else has to do?
Once again, if they're not paying the taxes they're supposed to, send the IRS after them.
Yeah, don't be a jealous little baby.
That's the dirty little. They keep making it. They're avoiding paying their taxes. They're using the system that's in place, which Democrats largely wrote.
Well, we have a broader idea of freedom.
Agree with us, or we will send you to jail, like we're trying to do with Trump.
We believe in the freedom to provide for your family if you're willing to work hard. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and send your kids to school without worrying if they'll come home.
Unless they've decided they're a girl and you know they're a boy, in which case we'll keep your kid. We'll send them to Tim Walz' estate and cut off their cock.
We believe that true freedom gives each of us the right to make decisions about our own life. How we
Okay, these were the people pushing mandatory jabs, right? I didn't imagine that.
It depends what you want to hear.
These are the people that said you can't run your business because there's a disease out there that's not likely to kill you unless you're old or infirm.
Oh yeah. Nope, I think that was a Republican said that.
I'm so tired of them. They literally are taking, sorry for saying it because I know we're not supposed, the Nazi playbook. Just lie. And in fairness, we can say the communist playbook too. Tomato, tomato. Because that's their whole thing. Just repeat the lie often enough and people will believe it. God damn. We're for freedom to do what you want. As long as you do what we told you to. Because that's what we believe in, freedom in a place called hope.
we worship, what our family looks like, how many kids we have, who we marry. And we believe that freedom requires us to recognize that other people have the freedom to make choices that are different than ours. That's okay.
Uh-huh.
That's the America Kamala Harris and Tim Walz believe in.
I wish I could meet the Democrats he's talking about, man.
Good luck with that.
I would like to meet the freedom-loving Democrats that exist in this country today.
Oh, they live near the unicorn fields.
The ones who believe that you should have a choice to do what you want to do. And all they really care about is clean water and kids coming home from school, and they celebrate their families and not wear shirts proudly proclaiming how many abortions they've had.
Where we, the people, includes everyone.
Unless you're a white guy.
That's the only way this American experiment works. And despite what our politics might suggest, I think most Americans understand that.
You know why he's so dangerous, Jack? It's because he's a good speaker, and this is the kind of lies that the folks I always tell you are the problem believe. Yep. They hear this flowery bullshit language and like, yeah, I just want everybody to be able to do their own thing. And clearly that's what the Democrats want. This is the kind of bullshit that weak people who just want to get along, who don't ever want to rock the boat. Like, look, Trump called somebody fat, and Barack's up here talking about how he wants people to just be able to be themselves. He's a dangerous liar.
Democracy isn't just a bunch of abstract principles and dusty laws in some book somewhere.
No, democracy is literally just mob rule. And it is in dusty books somewhere.
It's the values we live by.
No, it's not.
It's the way we treat each other,
No, it's not.
including those who don't look like us,
Nope.
or pray like us,
Nope.
or see the world exactly like we do.
This country,
non-Muslims?
this country practiced democracy when we had slavery, jackass. For a bunch of people who love to talk about the sins of the past, they never put those two together.
I mean, would you want to?
No, because it exposes the lie of democracy. And again, I'm not necessarily against democracy. It can be fine, but it is not this holy, noble thing. It's just the best that we can come up with without extra rules that lead to republicanism. Which there's some problems with republicanism too. Eventually, you do get down to where you are talking democracy, even if you're just talking on your local level. Your mayor is likely just elected in a direct democracy. And sometimes your mayor is that chick in Dalton.
Yeah.
Does anybody want to point to her about and show me how great democracy is? They never talk about the downsides of it. They always talk about it like, hey, as long as we vote, it was a perfect thing. No, democracy literally is just mob rule. Sometimes the mob is right. Sometimes they're angry and set shit on fire.
That sense of mutual respect.
Did he really just say that?
He did. I do not want to hear a Democrat talk about mutual respect. Go fuck yourself. Wow.
Has to be part of our message. Our politics have become
Has to be part of our message, not our principles. Notice the difference there?
Yeah, a little bit.
Mutual respect has to be part of our message. That he said it right, guys. He said what he meant. And listen when they tell you who they are.
I'm so polarized these days that all of us across the political spectrum seem so quick to assume the worst in others, unless they agree with us on every single issue. We start thinking that the only way to win is to scold and shame and out-yell the other side. And after a while, regular folks just tune out, or they don't bother to vote. Now, that approach may work for the politicians who just want attention and thrive on division. But
he has heard the stuff Kamala's been saying on the campaign trail, right?
50-50.
Won't work for us.
It's all that works for
to
you.
make progress on the things we care about. The things
How many Democrats were just chomping at the bit to be able to say that they were running against a felon? Because that is what their thing is. Negativity is the Democrat way. And it has been for a long fucking time. Villainization has been their thing. Don't call him a communist, you fucking fascist Nazi piece of shit. What? I'm just saying the truth. I'm not being divisive or insulting. Get fucked.
that really affect people's lives. We need to remember
he's just
that
rambling.
we've all got our blind spots and contradictions and,
Yeah, this
and
speech
prejudices.
just keeps going.
And that if we want to win over those who aren't yet ready to support our candidates, we need to listen to their concerns. And maybe
You need to listen to the concerns of people you think are Nazis. And I'm not talking necessarily about Barack himself, but his audience there, clearly, I guarantee you everyone in that audience has called somebody a Nazi.
Oh, quite likely.
You need to listen to the Nazis. I'll tell you right now, you should not be listening to the commies. They're fucking retarded and they will destroy the country. You can argue with them, but you don't need to be listening to them because they're liars. Thank you, Dangerous. I will snatch their patent so that we can. Oh, yeah, that's right. She did do that, or did say that. I will snatch their patent so that we, the federal government, will take over. And yes, we can do that. Kamala Harris. By the way, this is causing blood to profusely flow from my ears. That's normal, right? When listening to Democrats speak, yes. It would be one thing if they had even moderates in their party. You can't say far left because they're all there. Where are the moderates on the left? Where are the moderates who are out there going, hey, stop calling them Nazis. They're not Nazis. You just disagree. Where are those people?
You learn something in the process.
I saw somebody yesterday, they're calling them the alt left, which is really a stupid phrase. They're just commies. Call them what they are. They're on the right. You're right, Faithless. You're right.
After all, if a parent or grandparent occasionally says something that makes us cringe, we don't automatically assume they're bad people.
Yes, that is the thing these days. You don't even talk to Grandpa anymore because he said Barack was a liar, and that makes him racist.
Yeah. And he's white, too.
There was literal campaigns in 2016 to not talk to your parents and grandparents or to keep their grandchildren away from them because they disagreed with you a little bit. Son of a bitch.
Unacceptable. Unacceptable.
We recognize that the world is moving fast, that they need time and maybe a little encouragement to catch up. Our fellow citizens.
They need re-educated, Jack.
Yeah.
They need a good struggle session. That's all it is. When Grandpa says something that's not racist at all, but you've decided it is, don't get mad at him. You have that struggle session.
Yeah, well, that's just healthy.
Deserve the same grace we hope they'll extend to us.
No, it's the grace you demand from them and never give. Ever.
Well, is it the way he's yeah, I got nothing, man.
That's how we can build a true Democratic majority, one that can get things done. And by the way, that does not just matter to the people in this country. The rest of the world is watching to see if we can actually pull this off.
Is he admitting here right now that Joe Biden over the last 3.5 years has not been governing this way?
I don't know, but he's talking about pulling something off, and that makes me think there's some shenanigans going on.
Well, he pulls off Michael.
Oh, not that kind of pull off. I was thinking more like a magic trick or fortification.
This count is gaslighting 100%. Yes, absolutely. Pay no attention to what you actually see. He's telling you how it is.
No nation, no society has ever tried to build a democracy as big and as diverse as ours before. One that includes people that over decades have come from every corner of the globe. One where our allegiances and our community are defined not by race or blood, but by a common creed. And that's why when we uphold our...
That common creed, though, you guys have tried changing it. I mean, we've seen the polls, Jack, where college kids are against free speech. 40 to 50% asked, hey, should there be free speech? And they're like, well, I don't think so. I want to live in the America he's talking about, but we just don't. There was a time we did. Democrats ruined it.
Yeah. Now it's cats and dogs living together. Mass chaos.
The only way that you get that shared common value is for the assimilation of the people coming in. Without that assimilation and them holding their true loyalties to Mexico or Somalia, Ilhan, you never get America's creed. Instead, we get a mishmash of everything, and that's where shit started going wrong. Dangerous Spaces, thank you. Holy fuck. We need to learn to listen to the concerns of the other side. Also, they're wrong, so we need to be patient until they realize they're wrong. These contradictions are going to give me a fucking aneurysm. The thing is, he doesn't see it as a contradiction. See, you're supposed to listen to their concerns, but you're supposed to immediately dismiss them as you begin the re-education process. Remember, he didn't say you're actually supposed to change your values to believe in differing opinions and stuff. No, we just need to say we believe in that. Mutual respect. We need to say we believe in it, not that you actually do.
Values, the world's a little
Thank
brighter.
you, Dangerous.
When we don't, the world's a little dimmer. And dictators and autocrats feel emboldened. And over time, we become less safe.
Odd you should bring up dictators and autocrats feeling emboldened. Huh. I wonder if there's a recent example we could point to.
Coughs in Ukraine.
We shouldn't be the world's policemen, and we can't eradicate every cruelty and injustice in the world. But America can be and must be a force for good. Discouraging conflict, fighting disease, promoting human rights, protecting the planet from climate change, defending freedom.
He really is. He's just doing the Democrats' greatest hits. I feel like I'm watching one of those infomercials that would go on for half an hour with songs, some of which you've heard of, and others you didn't even realize that was music.
Yeah.
The Time Life series, remember those?
Yeah. I would equate this more to a montage episode of a sitcom.
We need a montage.
You know, where they're like, "Oh, you remember that one time where
Yes.
we got into this?" They go do 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 do, and then you see the.
But it's more like the one from Always Sunny where nothing really happened that way.
Yeah.
Why
my bird?
You own a waterside property. Look, the water where he lives isn't going to go up, just everywhere else in the world.
Just where you own property.
That's what Kamala Harris believes, and so do most Americans.
It's amazing hearing all these people tell me what Kamala believes when she won't go out there and talk about it herself, except her in prepared remarks that nobody watches.
Well, she was at a rally today. She wasn't even there.
Yeah, I noticed that her and Tim are missing from the press box there, and I have no doubt that's because Barack Obama hates that cunt.
Yeah, that clip that we saw of Tim walking out acting like a fool, that's from the rally today. It's like a couple 100 miles from where this is happening.
Oh, I meant to bring attention to this. Remember the giant IUD?
Yeah.
Jim Healis responded on that post saying, well, they needed one for the giant cunt they're getting ready to nominate.
Jim has some really good comments, man.
I might be paraphrasing that slightly, but that's the gist.
Nice.
Oh my God. I think they went to Wisconsin today / yesterday. Who the fuck misses part of their own convention?
It's a coronation, dude. It's not even
I know.
a convention.
I know. She doesn't need to be there because it's a foregone conclusion, and this is just a Joe Biden farewell. And trust me, guys, you like Kamala.
Yeah. This is the pinnacle of her campaign, I guess. Her ascension. it can only go downhill from here if if Trump gets his shit together. And look, Trump's got to do like half ads on her and Walz's incompetence and the other half on policy.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
I'm really curious because he should be speaking tomorrow. Because typically the vice president speaks the second to last day and then the presidential nominee on the final day. I really am interested to hear her speech to see if she gets specific about anything. She doesn't have to because nobody's asking her for specifics. Nobody that's going to have a chance to push her on it, at least, the press. I'm wondering if we're going to get platitudes or we're just going to get kind of like he's doing here, a mishmash of their greatest hits nonsense. I'm very curious. I don't even care about Barack anymore.
Me either.
It's a decent enough speech. If I'm being honest, if you're a Democrat, this was probably a great speech for you. He delivered it decent. He wasn't screaming all the time like the others have been. He didn't switch into his black voice at all. He had a couple of good one-liners in there. Easily the speech of the convention so far.
Yeah, but he was still droning on and on. Like, I'm getting bored with it.
Yeah, and you could tell by the reaction, even the audience was getting bored with it.
Yeah. Not like President Biden's William Henry Harrison 4-hour speech, but pretty close. Like, shut up, dude.
They need to give these keynote speakers a limited time as well. Like, you have half an hour.
That's more than sufficient.
Well, yeah, definitely. For a convention?
Yeah.
But again, I feel like this is a mistake in the long run because we get to see Barack and then we're going to see Kamala. And I've seen Kamala speak before.
What?
Yeah. She's not good at it. And she has a horrible habit of talking to people like they're children. Well, and not just children, man, retarded children.
Well, you're all dumb compared to her. She's a genius. She has a hypothesis, and she's going to test it.
So what happened is there's this country. It's a little country called Ukraine. And then there's this big country called Russia. Have you ever seen that speech or that discussion?
Yeah. That was so pathetic. She's done that a couple of times where she's just like, you're all a bunch of like retarded 5-year-olds.
It's so fucking stupid.
Painful.
And this is I'm having such a hard time with the polling, Jack, because I do believe that the polls have seen her go up just because of the sheer amount of coverage she's gotten. It's how it happens. People get more popular as they get more news coverage. Because generally speaking, people are sheep and they're like, oh, I'm supposed to like that. So now I like that.
Yeah.
And that's how, like the Spice Girls become a thing. But she was so unliked. Not just talking about in the primary. I mean, just a few months ago, they were seriously talking about replacing her. Her poll numbers, her likability was lower than Biden and Trump's. But suddenly, somehow, she came out of nowhere. No, we all like her. How? It's one thing. I would at least accept, hey, she's the one we're stuck with now because that's, we're kind of stuck. Joe clearly can't do it, so we had to pick somebody. She's the one there, so we're going to vote for. I would understand that.
Sure.
But acting as though they've wanted her all along, like she accomplished a goddamn thing that got her into that position. Fuck off. Sorry, I stepped on you there, my friend.
No, I was just agreeing with you.
Tyrai over on the Streamlabs, thank you so very much. I thought it would load by the time I finished saying that, but it hasn't yet. Tyrai, thank you so much. We are in this world where the insane are running things and the sane get to suffer. I'm seeing people saying that Republicans paid to have protesters at the DNC. I'm not shocked by that. But if you actually watch the footage, that is clearly the normal group.
Yeah.
You
What
can
I
tell
find
by the noodle arms. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Bob.
Oh yeah, the little soy boys. Ugh. Did you know
Yeah.
Matt Walsh was walking around in his disguise?
No.
Yeah, he was on CNN in the background of a shot with Chuck Schumer being interviewed.
Was he really?
Yeah, he had the "Am I racist" disguise that he put on, just the little stupid hair piece and
The
glasses.
long hair?
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah, it was really funny. People kept taking photos like a "Where's Waldo" thing. But no, with all the press that she's been getting, I'm actually a little surprised that her numbers aren't higher. Because
Exactly.
as much money as she's spending and the DNC's going on right now, she's still dead even with Trump. Like within margin of error in most places. She can
I
only
saw-
go down from here.
The viewership from last night came in from not on our show, but the actual convention being watched.
Oh yeah.
Down 20 million viewers from night 1 in 2020. With
Damn.
all of the positive coverage she's gotten, down 20 million.
Well, I mean, with Biden's speech, it was really fucking boring.
They're also running this way too long. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah. The speeches are too long. The convention's too long.
they have way too many speakers coming up.
Yeah. If they had shorter speeches, maybe, but you're running past midnight.
Yeah.
Come on. You should be doing this for like 3 hours a night at most.
Yeah, I only ended up sleeping about, oh look, it says my birthday, 4/22. I've told you how conceited I am. Don't act surprised.
I don't have ADD. Look, a bird.
It's not ADD. It's ego. That's all it is.
Little from column A, little from column B.
I have ego DD.
Yeah.
I forgot what I was even talking about. Oh, the number of speakers that they have up there who are irrelevant. I get having the governor of Illinois. It's in his state. You kind of got to let him up on the stage. Why the fuck do you have Gary Peterson from Michigan up there?
Because they need Michigan. It's a swing state. They're desperate.
But Michigan right now is going for Kamala.
Yeah.
And having Gary Peters up there or the weird tongue lady, not going to help. So you're just wasting this time to give. Typically, what you use the convention for is elder statesmen. You give them a chance to speak if they want to. And the up-and-comers you hope to be the party's future. And they're just putting every rando who is willing to say they like Kamala up there. It's weird. And I hate to keep saying weird because I've said weird for a long time, and Tim Walz is kind of fucking killing that for me.
Yeah.
But why this convention is disjointed. You're 5 hours behind me, Monk. On what part? Are you talking in general, or did I fall back on something? Ranting Monk.
What's the future like?
Let's go to our next speaker. I'm Bob. I'm here because somebody ordered an Uber. Yeah. It is really weird, the kind of people that I'm seeing on the stage. Like, why would you give AOC a voice?
To be fair, this was supposed to be for Joe Biden. So they probably had to scramble a little bit to get people on there, and they just freaked out and started winging it.
I get that they're also trying to answer the Republicans because the Republicans had that really popular thing they did the one night where they had just the real people up there.
Yeah.
And they're trying to do that with union bosses.
I guess. They're totally relatable, you guys.
Fuck, man. I don't understand it. I really don't. And even I get what you're saying, it was Biden's convention, but they had to switch it over. But they've had a month. And it's not like you can't get people who are like, yeah, I'll go up there. If you're a Democrat, why wouldn't you want to be on that stage, right?
Yeah. I don't know.
And
Everything's just very odd about the whole thing.
It is. I mean, even for something that is clearly so manufactured, it just seems. I feel like any day we're going to find out that we're in a movie and this is all like a Truman Show kind of thing.
Yeah, it definitely looks that way, especially with the laughter track.
Yeah.
There's no sense of actual passion here. They shout and they're being loud and obnoxious, but it's not like a the Republicans seem to have some actual enthusiasm, whereas this just seems kind of like a perfunctory. You know, like, oh, we're all obligated to be here. Clap, clap, clap. Okay, yay, clap, clap, clap. When's the rock concert start?
You know what I really feel? Oh, he by the way, I was told he's in England. Yeah, I do know the time difference between here and England, because I have several friends from England due to my job. And I also know that during daylight savings for a while it turns to 6 hours. I don't know why we don't change at the same time. I've never looked that part up, but I do know that.
Because daylight savings is fucking retarded.
Yes, it is. We need to just get rid of it. Pick the half hour in the middle and call it good.
Yeah, fuck it.
We don't need to keep doing this shit.
Pick one.
We don't have to worry about farming like that anymore. What were we talking about? Oh, I feel like if Kamala loses, that this is going to be one of those moments where somebody was propped up like this, and when they lose, they just take all of the blame.
Mm-hmm.
And people act like I never really liked them. And
like
we've seen
Mondale.
that. Yeah, we've seen that in politics before. And sometimes it's real, but why won't you just admit that from the beginning? I'm not voting for Trump because I support Trump. I'll tell you guys that flat out. I'm supporting Trump because I do not think the Democrats should be allowed to get away with the bullshit they pulled with our legal system.
Yeah. Among other things.
I don't hate Trump, but I wouldn't be voting for him if they hadn't have done that. I would write in somebody's name. I really would.
Yeah.
I don't have to lie to you guys and pretend, no, Trump is the best thing since sliced bread, because I have my issues with Trump. But these people are acting like she has been the greatest thing. I mean, where Dangerous made the joke there about her walking in water and shit, it wouldn't have been out of place in that Barack speech. If he said she cured cancer just by laying hands on somebody, it would have fit in with the bullshit he was saying. And he hates her.
Yeah. Well, that's one thing that Democrats are good at is sticking together, even if they hate each other.
It has been their thing. And Republicans, if you want to win, you might want to look. It's okay to dislike somebody, but there's a bunch of DeSantis bros that need to get the fuck over it.
Yeah, let it go. He can run next time.
And look, you can vote for Kamala if you want to, but you don't ever again get to claim to be conservative if you vote for that lady.
Oh my God, yeah.
You want to write somebody's name in, you want to skip voting, cool. But if you vote for Kamala, you do not ever get to claim to be. She is a fucking communist. And my favorite, Jack, is I've seen people saying they're going to vote for her because they're Reaganites.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Because I believe in the party of Reagan, I'm going to vote for Kamala. You're going to vote for the commie because you're a Reaganite.
Yeah, Reagan hated the pinkos.
Like, Jesus fucking Christ, are you out of your mind? But yeah, you don't get to claim conservative. And I saw somebody write, was it not the Bee, Sacramento Bee, you know?
Oh yeah.
Somebody wrote an article saying that because I think it was Frank Lutz or one of those other David French, one of those fuckers who occasionally pretends they're conservative only to always side with the Democrats.
Yeah.
Said that they were voting for Kamala, but they're conservative. And like, no, you're not. No, you're not.
Yeah.
You can't be.
It's not happening.
Which is funny because Barack was Jesus some years ago. You're right, understatement, and there is an issue in this country with people treating our politicians like rock stars or deities, and it has spread to the right just as bad.
Oh yeah.
Even if you like Trump, could y'all back up off his dick a little bit?
Just a teeny bit.
Christ, man, that's got to be tickling your throat from the backside. Yeah, stop looking at these guys as and it really is a pretty modern invent, Jack, especially with television.
Yeah. I agree with that.
They're superheroes. They're rock stars. They're dorks, man. These are the kids who got beat up in high school. Can we be honest about who? That doesn't mean they can't be good leaders, but stop pretending, they're the best metal band you ever heard. They're out there with the accordion, for fuck's sake. This is politics, not pop. I guess pop culture is leaking into it, but everything is a cult of personality now. We can't just like a politician. We have to love them and want to have their babies. And I say that as somebody who I do want to have Vivek's baby.
He's not a real politician, though.
Not a real politician, so it doesn't count. But the Democrats have been on this for a long time. Republicans, would you please stop acting like Democrats? Even as much as Reagan was loved, he wasn't deified the way that Clinton was.
Oh, so true.
And Clinton is a man who never won 50% of the vote.
Yeah,
they love to talk about how no Republican has won the popular vote since what? George H.W. Bush?
Yeah, I think so.
Or maybe it was maybe W did in his second election. They never bring up that if it wasn't for Ross Perot, Clinton doesn't win either election. I bet Vivek wouldn't need a sperm concentrate to knock up Monk. You're probably right. What an embarrassing story. His fucking sperm is so sad that it can't break the shell, so they got to turbocharge that shit.
Well, that dude is super odd, man.
Got to put some nitrous up in there. And I realize this is a problem for a lot of men, but most of you guys don't talk about it, so I can't make fun of you for it. My sperm is so concentrated, I didn't even mean to have 3 kids. I oopsied that shit, man. I'm pretty sure it just went straight off of her stomach. That's not right.
I've never had that problem, or my name isn't Matthias Gerbroni.
Danger says, I'm sorry, what? We're talking about Tim Walz in order for his wife to get... He's claiming in vitro fertilization, but what actually happened is they took his sperm and I guess separate out the dead ones. I'm not sure how they do it, but they put it in a turkey baster and squeeze real hard so it'll hit the egg hard enough to break through. And that's how they had their kid. Monkey's wife has to chew before she swallows. Maybe that's what it was. She should have chewed. I don't know how they all got in there. Damn it. Hello, Monk's daughter and grandchild. My children are well aware of my sense of humor. I am okay with it. My son tried to make a gross joke at my expense, so I made one back at him about me banging his mom. I'm your dad. You can never win this argument with me because I'm married to your mother.
I heard Clay Travis tell a story about that. He was playing one-on-one basketball with his kid, and his kid was doing really well. And they started talking smack, and he says, I banged your mom. And then he won the game. He's like, I felt kind of bad about it, but it worked.
Yeah, it's the one trump card we have is dad's. I banged your mom. Now what you gonna do? Oh my God. Guys, we are 4 hours into this. Actually, we are now 9 hours into the convention?
God, this convention is so fucking boring. The Republican one was so much more interesting. Like, the speeches were better. These are flat and almost emotionless. Like, people are just up there giving high school speeches.
Yeah. Although, I mean, of the speeches we watched tonight, my favorite was AOC going into her black preacher mode, and that was from yesterday. 2 more nights, guys. 2 more nights. I told y'all I needed to rest up for this one because by the end of this, I'm going to be so drained from listening to these assholes.
Yeah, this is rough.
We are going to be back tomorrow, probably around the same time. I only got about 15 minutes of sleep last night, Jack.
Yeah.
I fell asleep, and I remember what I was watching when I fell asleep, and I woke up because I had to pee. Thank you, old man bladder. And I got back in bed, and I realized it was still the same fucking episode of the show I fell asleep during, and I haven't been back to sleep yet.
Ooh.
I'm tired.
I bet.
And I told you this, you know, I go to bed, I get a couple hours of sleep. This morning, I only slept for about 2.5 hours. I'm on the verge of actually going insane.
Yeah, you got a few more hours than that to go.
We'll be back later. Thank you guys for coming and hanging out with us. Thank you for the donations. We really, I know we say it every night, but it's true. We appreciate everything you guys do for us, whether it's watching, telling your friends about it, hitting that like button, or donating. Anything you guys do to show support, we appreciate it more than we could ever express in words.
Absolutely. It helps keep the show going.
Jack, anything you want to show?
I just dropped some links to some cool videos. As always, like Monkey said, thank you for all the support you give us, all the donations, the viewership. We do appreciate it, and it helps keep everything rolling along, like I said.
The one thing we don't thank you guys enough for, and I mean this for both Rumble and YouTube, is the interaction. I know I don't pay attention. I read a lot more chat than you guys realize, but I'm not great at it. I'm not even going to lie to you because, well, you'd know better. But
you guys will see through his cunning ruse.
Whether you know it or not, when you type into your chats on whatever stream you're watching, you really are helping the creator because engagement matters to the people who run these platforms. So thank you for that as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Jack, pleasure as always, my friend.
Yeah, I'm always glad to be here.
Everyone, this was a slog, but we'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah.
We might. I'm going to do my best to, because I liked breaking this one up, and we probably should have taken the extra videos, like the Tim Walz one coming out, and then the Trump one, and spread those out a little further. That's my fault.
Well, yeah, it's kind of hard because you don't know how boring the speaker is going to be until they start droning on. Like Obama's usually a little bit more enthusiastic.
Reading as he thinks it was written. Shut up, Shio. Just because you're true doesn't make it right to say out loud. I think what we'll do, Jack, is if we find fun videos, if we get to a point tomorrow where like, oh fuck, we just need a break from this, we'll break in with a video. Yeah,
that's probably a good idea.
So yeah, we'll try to make it a little more interesting. Look, we're working with what they give us, okay?
Yeah, sometimes being comedic is not very easy because it's just so bland.
Danger said they gave Tim sperm water wings.
I
was not expecting that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for hanging out with us. Take care of yourselves. We love you. We'll see y'all tomorrow.
Bye, everybody.
Now I want to sing about Tim's sperm, and that bothers me.